Oh.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? The show starts in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
The following content contains adult language and humor that is not suitable for viewers under the age of 18. Viewer discretion is strongly advised. The views and opinions expressed during the following video content are those of the individual and may not reflect those of others.
Pacific414 Pop Talk is here. Sit back and relax, enjoy the conversation. We got Aaron, Orman, Tagge, Cash Money, 007, and even Mike too. Pop culture, entertainment, news and reviews. Discussions are had, opinions made. From the panel to the chat, everyone is welcome here. Reactions, watch parties, and special guests. We like to have a good time. Pacific414 Pop Talk is underway. Pull up a seat, we're inviting you to stay. Articles, collectibles, reviews, you say. Aaron, Cash, and Mike bring the fun tonight. Now sit back, relax, enjoy the show. Don't forget to like or comment below. We almost forgot to share out the show. Pacific414 Pop Talk is one of a kind. It's true. One true. It's true.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and welcome one and all to this edition of Pacific414 Pop Talk for this Wednesday, February 4th, 2026. Along with Jason Fox of 540 Studio, Lester the Skeptic Tank, the Padawannabe, and of course co-host Baron Orman Tagge. I am your host Mike, and we have several stories that we are going to be discussing this evening, and our top two stories that we're going to be discussing are very serious stories. And one of them is an update on Savannah Guthrie of the Today Show. Her mother has been missing since this weekend, and I was able to find an update from Penn Live Patriot News that has, unfortunately, some disturbing details about that case. And we're also going to take a look at an article from Fandom Pulse. And Neil Gaiman is breaking his silence on social media after a year and a half after sex abuse allegations. We are also going to talk about Disney's new CEO, who will be replacing the retiring Bob Iger. That's Josh tomorrow. And get ready for it, folks, because last year, for the 35th anniversary of the 1990 film Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, well, now, this March, next month, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Secret of the Ooze is coming back to theaters. And we'll tell you exactly when you can expect it in March. And then, of course, we will be talking about and taking a look at the trailer for the new Michael Jackson biopic titled Michael. But first, before we do any of that, Lester, Padawannabe, Baron, Jace, how are you guys doing?
I'm pretty good. A little tired, but I came from my break a little bit to join you guys on this stream today. So missed you guys.
Cool.
Glad to have you here, Jason. Of course, if you are a Pacific414 channel member over on YouTube, if you go to the post section on the YouTube channel, you will find the StreamYard link to join the panel and discuss these topics here with Baron and Jace, Lester, and the Padawannabe.
Hi.
And don't be scared. We don't bite.
Well, Padawannabe does, but at least he doesn't
Nope.
wave a wand.
I don't bite. My dogs can bite.
Mm-hmm.
The
Yeah,
Pada
and
pitties.
Yeah. But like I said, most importantly, you don't wave a wand. So that's
Nope.
Do-do-do-do.
Good stories. I'm interested.
And
Wow.
Lester, how are you doing today?
Relaxing. I have to remind myself I do have free time as I navigate schooling and employment opportunities, yada yada. And I finally got my machine restored the way I want. My games work, so I'll pick a day and time to start really getting into it. We'll see. We'll see what the rest of the week looks like.
Sounds like he's maxing and relaxing.
Yeah. Look like he's ready to rock and roll.
Rock and roll, rock and roll.
And that's all we can ask for, right?
And how about you, Padawannabe? How are you doing today?
Doing good. The sun is finally starting to become a normal thing where I live, and I'm very thankful for that. I don't like long nights. I'm glad we're getting back to normal. I don't know how it is for everybody else, but I don't enjoy it being dark at 4:30.
Daylight savings time is just around the corner.
Oh, that'll help a lot. That'll help a lot. It just, where I live, it's not a huge city. So where I came from, I just notice how no streets have lights on them. So I just feel like I'm always driving in almost pitch black and doing the deliveries. I want the light. I want the sun on my face. Give me that vitamin D.
Overrated.
I think that's the only reason I don't miss. I miss California. They tax a whole lot of crap, but that sunlight wasn't taxed. That was nice.
Until now.
No, they could have found a way.
Oh no, sunlight.
If you spend an hour out in the
Air
sun,
tax.
then
Taxes you in other ways.
Trust me, politicians always find a way.
That's like
They'll
that
get you.
died all the time.
Get you. They're gonna get you.
And Baron, how are you doing today?
Well, that's it. It's official. I drive like an old man. I'm a horrible driver. I did a lot of driving yesterday, and I thought to myself, I have turned into the driver my grandfather in North Dakota was. And I don't know what to think about it.
So what's your over under on honking? How much do you honk, and how many times do you get honked at?
Hey, listen. This is I was going to Minneapolis and St. Paul yesterday. You don't honk if you don't want your car turned into Swiss cheese. Remember
What are you doing?
Oh no, it's worse than that.
I
a bunch
bet.
of whistles
Yeah, I
blowing,
bet.
and before you know it, yeah.
I hear a lot of those cities in that area are not great right now.
And I never believed in honking unless absolutely necessary. But so far, 0-0.
After you hear the thump, you always got to honk.
Well, pa-dump. Oh, I guess I hit that protester. Yeah, whatever.
Make better
You can almost hear
songs.
the whistle still. Did you hear how loud that whistle was on the first impact? But when the rear tires hit, it wasn't as loud. But that first tweet was just absolutely freaking awesome. but
to
no,
hear the breeze in the morning.
Yeah, but I've discovered I've become a bad driver. So it's like time to take that AAA course. My mother takes it. my mother takes this, over, senior driving course thing that I guess is supposed to help with insurance and stuff like that.
Right.
That old people should go to because we all know that within a month we go senile and we forget everything. So it's like maybe I should tag along next time too when that AAA course happens or something.
Which one's the gas pedal?
Well, the trouble is I start reverting to sometimes GTA 5, and it's like, oh no, wait a minute, I'm not playing a video game here. I can't run that guy off the road.
I will
No, Baron,
know.
you can unless you want to end up in jail.
Yeah,
I will know,
three
or-
hots in a cot.
We all will know Baron's too far gone when we get the video of the car going through the subway window.
We don't have no, we don't have
Firehouse Subs.
All right, you're talking about Subway sandwiches. Oh, I thought you were talking about
yeah.
Oh yeah.
That'd be worse. Car tumbling down the subway entrance.
Yeah. That's what I was thinking about, which would be very impressive.
Oh, goodness.
Of course, I would stop to get a ticket and put it through the turnstile. But because I'm old now. It's like if I'm going to do the structure, I'm going to do it legally.
I would have said drive through the front of a Rite Aid, but they're not really a thing anymore.
No, there's some out there still, but yeah, they're not much of a thing. And Schneider's is gone. Walgreens. How about Walgreens or a CVS?
Walgreens. There you go, Walgreens.
Crash right through the store. Go. Where's my blue pills? Damn it! I need my blue pills. Here's my
CVS.
card.
Crash victim
Give me those
service.
blue pills. I gotta salute. I gotta have a flag to salute here. Come on, give it to me.
It's a white flag count.
Yeah, it is a white flag. I'm not gonna lie. It's usually half mast. So, what can I say?
But before we get into today's stories, I do want to acknowledge those of you who are currently in the chat. And if anyone is listening or lurking, go ahead and speak up. I don't bite. Baron, nah, he's questionable.
I nibble.
Lester, he doesn't bite. Padawannabe, yeah. He's like Baron. He's questionable, and Jace, hey, he'll be playing his music, so he'll be good.
It's kind of like those whistles. Just kidding, Jace. Just checking to see if we're still around.
Yeah, man.
Oh, yeah, there he is.
But I do want to say hello to Helion, who says I will be lurking for a bit today. Kicked my ass. Oh, sorry to hear that the day kicked your ass, but I am happy to say for those of you who hadn't joined us on Sunday that Helion has been in contact with her daughter, and her daughter is back in Jacksonville, and I'm glad she's been found. And
yeah,
I know Helion's very, very thrilled, extremely thrilled that her daughter came home.
And safe.
Understandable, for sure.
And I also want to say hello to Lady Mist, Keeper of the Dragons, Guardian of the Void. And we have Philip J. McCracken, who says, what the hell? Never seen a bunch of ugly gathered in one place except at a Dodger game.
Well, except for one thing.
Speak for yourself, Phil.
Well, the thing is we need to have that final ugliness. Phil, come on in. Come on. We need the ultra ugly. Get that ultra ugly in here.
There's no 10s yet.
And Helion says, I'm more thrilled that she's alive than her being home. And it's good to see Penny. Good evening to you, Penny. How are you and the grandbabies doing?
You know that since Penny's here, we got to behave.
Yeah.
Well,
respectful woman.
Well, I will ask everybody on the panel to behave as we get into our next story. Or our first story.
Definitely.
Yes.
Yeah, that's more right the first. Yeah.
Sure.
So, here we go. This comes from Penn Live Patriot News. It was posted just today. And it says Savannah Guthrie's missing mother, blood trail ransom, among disturbing new details. And there is Samantha Guthrie. She is a host of the Today's Show, and her mother has been missing since this weekend.
Yeah, Sunday, or at least Sunday. That's when they discovered it because she didn't show up for church. So one of the parishioners and friends got worried and set this all off. So.
Well, that's what someone should do. You don't see somebody, it's unusual for them not to be there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
This is by Brian Linder, and it says new details continue to come in regarding the disappearance of Nancy Guthrie, the mother of Today host Savannah Guthrie, and they are all pretty disturbing. Hours after saying it received a ransom note for the 84-year-old's return, TMZ highlighted a video from News Nation senior national correspondent Brian Enton from Nancy Guthrie's home. The video appeared to show a blood trail leading away from the front door of Nancy Guthrie's home and blood spatter on her front porch. TMZ said blood was found inside of the home, too, along with signs of forced entry. Oh, come on.
Oh, it's got a paywall. Yep.
Really?
Oh, come on.
Fine. I'm going to a different source. I mean, a story like this shouldn't be behind a paywall.
No,
it shouldn't.
But the thing is they know that it's going to draw attention, so the vultures over there are going to do that. Yes.
It's a lot of these kind of things. When it is important, they're still gonna have the stupid paywalls, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't get me started on the publication industry. You know, they got to pay their bills somehow. So.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
You know, I refuse to pay any paywall like that. It's like I always say, we pay so much tax in Norway that why the heck would I pay for reading the news online when we pay that much tax? Come on, dude.
Well, it's like the BBC in England too. I mean, look how they treat everybody, and they hunt you down if you don't have the television license, even if you don't watch the BBC. It's ridiculous.
I know some people don't like Yahoo, but they've got the story and it's not behind a paywall, so that's what I'm going with.
I can imagine at least this time they'll do a good job this time.
One can only hope.
Well, there is a time and place for ads like you see right now.
But this is by Kate Murphy and Dylan Sableford. Also, Mike Biberners. Or I don't know how to say his last name, but I'll figure it out as I read the article. All right, so Savannah Guthrie's mother, Nancy, still missing as police investigate possible ransom note. At this point, investigators have not identified a suspect or person of interest in this case, said the Pima County Sheriff's Department. As the search for Nancy Guthrie entered its fourth day. Yeah, and there's one thing we all know. You don't want to be a person of interest.
No. And you've gone past that 48 hours.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And the thing about Savannah Guthrie's mother is that she needs certain medications that she has to take each and every day.
Heart medicine, to be exact. Huh?
Mm-hmm.
Ooh. At least one of them.
Yeah. Let's try to get rid of that. I really hate ads.
Hey,
Yeah.
Again, they got to pay the bills.
Yeah.
All right.
If you have a ton
So,
of ads, you don't need to be a paywall.
yeah. The disappearance of Nancy Guthrie, the 84-year-old mother of Today's Show host Savannah Guthrie, is being investigated as an abduction, as authorities in Arizona say they are probing a possible ransom note sent to a local TV station. Nancy Guthrie was last seen at her home in the Catalina foothills, just north of Tucson, on Saturday, January 31st, at about 9:30 p.m. According to Pima County Sheriff's Department, her family reported her missing at 11 a.m. on Sunday, February 1st, after she did not show up for church. At a press conference on Tuesday, Pima County Sheriff Chris Nano said that after processing her home, investigators believe Nancy Guthrie, who lives alone, was abducted. Nancy was taken from her home against her will. He said, "We do not know where she is." In a statement on Wednesday morning, Nano said that at this point, investigators have not identified a suspect or person of interest in this case. Detectives are working closely with the Guthrie family, the statement said. While we appreciate the public's concern, the sharing of unverified accusations or false information is irresponsible and does not assist the investigation. No suspect or person of interest has been identified at this time.
Mm-hmm.
Overnight, the Sheriff's Department acknowledged reports of a possible ransom note regarding Nancy Guthrie's disappearance. "We are taking all tips and leads very seriously, as they should," the department said in a post on X. "Anything that comes in goes directly to our detectives who are coordinating with the FBI." Nanos told CBS News that a local TV news station had received a ransom note on Monday containing specific details about the night of Guthrie's disappearance. Goes on to say investigators have analyzed the note and are taking it seriously, he told the network. And let me also get Helion on here.
Mm-hmm.
It says later on Tuesday, FBI Director Kash Patel said federal law enforcement had been made aware of the possible ransom note. The local authorities notified the FBI of it, and we are working with them in any manner they choose, Patel told Fox News. The FBI is assisting local police in the investigation, providing analytical and technical support. We're looking at this from every angle, but need your help, said John Edwards, assistant special agent in charge of the FBI field office in Tucson. Every lead and tip is important.
Mm-hmm.
According to the Associated Press, investigators found signs of forced entry at the home and Nancy Guthrie's personal belongings, including her cell phone, watch, wallet, and car were left behind. The sheriff said that Nancy Guthrie has limited mobility and would not have been able to leave her home on foot. "We know she didn't just walk out there," he said. "She couldn't walk 50 yards by herself." But Nanos also stressed that she has no cognitive issues and, according to her family, is still of great sound mind. Annie Guthrie, Savannah's older sister, and her husband, Tommaso Cioni, had dinner with Nancy Guthrie on Saturday night. Nanos told the New York Times Cioni dropped her Nancy Guthrie off at her home and ensured she made it inside safely before leaving, the sheriff told the paper.
Mm-hmm.
The Los Angeles Times reported that blood was found inside Nancy Guthrie's home. At Tuesday's press conference, Nanos said that DNA samples were taken from and submitted from the home, but would not say if those samples were blood. Well, they're not going to give you any information until they know.
No, of course.
Yeah,
not.
exactly.
They always act like it's so surprised. Oh, they didn't tell me. It's like, this is an active investigation. Shut up.
Nanos told NBC News that we know she was harmed at the home, but we don't know to what extent. He later backtracked on the assertion, saying he misspoke. Oh, he could be telling the truth too, because let's say, and in this day and age, you would think she would. Let's say she had cameras on the outside of her home, on the inside of her home,
Yeah.
and let's say, and I'm hypothesizing here, those cameras caught something that, of course, would be disturbing, that, not only the local authorities, but also the FBI would be taking a good, hard look at. I sincerely hope she's still alive.
Oh, me too. But, the thing is, again, conjecture, but I'm sure it's pretty strong conjecture. Yeah, whatever it is probably from her, because of, obviously what her condition is. Can't really move much. She's 84 years old. She's got a bad ticker. The only way that could be the case is if she is able to grab a double-barreled shotgun and blow the mothers away, which obviously was not the case.
No.
So that's, that's sad. It just
And it just gets worse here, Baron. CNN reported that Nancy Guthrie's pacemaker stopped syncing with her Apple devices at roughly 2 a.m. on Sunday, February 1st, which could help authorities pinpoint the time she was taken. The sheriff said that Nancy Guthrie needs daily medications and that the situation could become life-threatening if she goes without them for more than 24 hours. It's a race against time, and I hope that window hasn't closed, he told NBC News. Nanos also issued a plea to her potential abductor. Just call us. Let her go, he said. The family will tell you there's no questions asked here. And there is Savannah with her mother. In a post on Instagram late Monday night, Savannah Guthrie asked people to continue to pray for her mother's safe return. Raise your prayers with us and believe with us that she will be lifted by them in this very moment, she wrote. We need you. A motive for Nancy Guthrie's possible abduction remains unclear, and authorities don't know whether she was targeted. Well, I mean, we can speculate that because she's an elderly woman, that she was possibly targeted. We don't know.
Exactly. We don't know that.
Well, I think what it is, because I was also hearing something in one of the news things I was listening to, and they said whoever this was had intimate knowledge of the house and the surrounding area. So they knew who they were dealing with, and they knew that she was a celebrity's mother. And of course, with I have a hard time saying your name. I'm so sorry about the fact that if it wasn't because of the celebrityness of it all, we wouldn't be hearing Jack about it, which is the case. Yeah, but that's also one of the parts I believe is why she has been kidnapped, is because she is in relation to a celebrity, the cause and effect.
Yeah.
So of course we don't know what's in the ransom note. I know there was back and forth as I was following this earlier, between there was or there wasn't, there was a possible one, so on and so forth, yada. We don't know what's in that ransom note, but the fact that there's a ransom note, it could be anything from money to who knows, right? So I again, conjecture, everybody. I'm not saying this is the factor, but I think the factor that she was a mom of someone who's well known on national television, on the Today Show, were major factors. And she was out that night, and dropped off and basically, oh yeah, she got in, everything's fine, take off, and from that time to Sunday morning when she didn't show up for church, that's when it all happened. So they said it was, they're talking about breaking and entering and such. So if that's the case, probably wasn't inside at that time. So yeah, so who know, who could have done this? Obviously, is someone
who could have done this? What was her motive?
Right. And and if they don't have intimate knowledge of the family, at least they have intimate knowledge of the area, maybe been staking out, who knows? Maybe they broke in at some point to get a layout out. Who knows? I mean, all I know is this is horrible. This is disgusting. 84-year-old woman who can barely move, right? Mobility issues, bad heart and such.
Yeah.
And you're going to go in and do this to her. And that goes for anybody out there that is in a situation. Going in and preying on either the weak in some fashion to push something, whether it's influence or money, by kidnapping children to frail adults and whatnot. I mean, it's disgusting.
It is.
You're a low-life piece of shit human being, in my opinion.
Mildly said.
Yeah, well, I don't want to put them in the same category of humans. So. How about Nathaniel?
I think that's too high for them, Baron.
No, you're right. Homo erectus is as well.
When asked by reporters if Savannah Guthrie has received any threats herself, Nanos replied that her security team is in touch with the sheriff's department. We're not going to dismiss any angles for sure, but right now, immediately, we don't know of anything like that, he said. On a missing persons flyer distributed by the sheriff's department, Nancy Guthrie is described as 5 feet 5 inches tall, with brown hair, blue eyes, and weighing around 150 pounds. It's unclear what type of clothing she was wearing when she disappeared. The sheriff's department is offering a reward of up to $2,500 for information leading to the arrest of the person or persons involved in the disappearance. And there is the missing persons.
It's like that they use more of a candid photo of her than wouldn't that be like a professional photo, because this is how you would normally see her, not all gussied up. So I like that they did that.
Not all prim and proper looking.
Right.
It says on Sunday night, search and rescue ground crews and dog teams scoured the area around Nancy Guthrie's home on foot, while drones, a helicopter, and airplanes searched by air. As of Monday morning, the search and rescue mission has been shut down. We don't see this as a search mission as much as we do a crime scene, Nanos said. And it goes on to say the sheriff said detectives are depending on technology such as license plate readers and camera systems to aid in the search. Nanos said investigators are asking Guthrie's neighbors to go through their home camera footage. He also called on the community for help in locating Nancy Guthrie. We don't need another bad, tragic ending, he said. We need some help. Nancy Guthrie has 3 adult children, Savannah, Annie, and Cameron. Her husband, Charles Guthrie, died of a heart attack at age 49 when Savannah Guthrie was 16, leaving Nancy Guthrie to raise their children on her own. Savannah Guthrie grew up in Tucson and graduated from the University of Arizona in 1993 with a bachelor's degree in journalism. Last week, she returned to the Today Show after an extended break following vocal cord surgery. She has been absent from co-anchoring the Today Show broadcast this week. Nano said that she is in Arizona. Savannah Guthrie had been scheduled to travel to Italy to be a part of NBC's Winter Olympics coverage, but the network said Tuesday she would remain in the U.S. Understandably so.
Mm-hmm.
Savannah will not be joining us at the Olympics as she focuses on being with her family during this difficult time, an NBC News representative said in a statement. Speaking to reporters in the Oval Office on Tuesday, President Trump said he planned to call Savannah Guthrie. The White House confirmed the president spoke with her on Wednesday. I think it's a terrible thing, Trump told reporters of Nancy Guthrie's disappearance. Very unusual situation, but we're going to find out. And I pray they find her.
Me too.
Yeah, same here. Same here.
I pray they find her alive.
Yeah. I just don't want her found. I want her found alive and as well as possible.
No one should have to go through this situation not knowing where their loved one is.
Mm-hmm. And when they do find this guy, throw the book at him.
I say,
Can y'all hear me?
I can hear you, Helen.
Hi.
Okay, I was trying to listen. But I don't know if y'all are aware, but I recently went through the whole missing person thing.
Mm-hmm.
And granted, I am not taken away from this lady, but the system for missing people is so flawed.
Mm-hmm.
My daughter was in a manic state when she left, but they still considered her walking away on her own. And that is why they didn't look for her. Here in Jacksonville, a few days ago, a man was in a car accident, and he walked away from the accident on foot. Because he walked away from the accident, they didn't look for him. They found his body last night. He died of hypothermia.
Mm-hmm.
The system needs to change. Because there are some people that do walk away. And a person does have the right to walk away. But I'm not going to lie to y'all. I have screamed at 2 different cops this week. I have never done that a day in my life. But, something's got to give for the missing and the mentally ill.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Well, yeah, I agree with you because
Continue on, Helen. Say your piece.
Well,
yeah, go ahead.
Well, I mean, that's pretty much all I had. I needed to vent about that.
Well, and you have a perfectly good response to all that. And it's a guy's in an accident, he walks away. They should be hunted down exactly for this one reason. Either one, they are fleeing from a scene of a crime, or who knows what mental state they are in and wounds they have, and wandering away. Or maybe they had a medical episode before the accident and are now dazed, confused, whatever. You gotta look for people. And again, like you were saying, they have the thing going, well, these are these people's rights and we have to wait so many hours before. No, you don't. If the family is concerned and someone just ups and disappears, there should be something on the radar instantaneously to take care of this. And
the family... Sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, the family of the man said that the local police department told them the reason they were not going to go look for him is because he fled from the scene and therefore he was considered a fugitive. And that was the justification for not looking for him.
Then
that seems odd because you would think if they consider him a fugitive, they would be out on a search for him.
Right.
I agree.
Many police departments do that right away. It's like, okay, grab the dogs, we're hunting them.
Well, it's funny because I scuttlebutt with people who are former or current law enforcement, and the scuttlebutt is administratively training is it's all over the place, meaning there isn't a consistent standard, nor is there a consistent pragmatic paradigm in what needs to be trained. A lot of these administrators, they get paid to put together training programs, and they wonder why their cops don't know how to de-escalate, don't know how to prioritize tasks, and so on. And that is just, I hate to say it, but in some ways, based on the interactions, I just say I'm not surprised, because depending on what town or what state you live in, there isn't much incentive to be a police officer. I mean, I talked to a guy who retired from the force in Camden, Tennessee, and they always say cops still don't get paid enough. It all depends on where you live and whether you're incentivized to do your job. So in one end, when she said what she said about that interaction, you go, why am I not surprised? You know.
Well,
Yeah,
well one of the problems is usually the police chief is appointed by the council or the mayor. So you have to look at those people right there.
right.
And look how many, and I'm going to say it, DEI hires have been thrown in the positions of not only the chief of police, but also the head of fire departments. And we've seen the disasters that came out of it, the problems that arose within these departments. Again, all of EMS. And the thing is some DEI, it's not necessarily a race or gender thing. It's who do you know thing with the DEI. Oh, he knows the secret handshake from the Skull and Bones Society. Bring him in. He's he's the mayor's cousin or whatnot, right? So you have that incestuous thing again coming in. And the people, you start finding out these people are not qualified, and all they're doing is pipelining down from people who don't know anything about law or law enforcement, telling the cops what they can and cannot do. And then when it hits the fan, the first things they do is what? Blame the cops.
Well, that is one half of the issue, and I don't know if it's limited. Yeah, I don't even know if it's limited to just two halves. There might be multiple pieces to this pie, because one thing I just kept thinking about as I'm reading the article is I stopped watching the Today Show when I was a kid. I don't even think I even cared about the Today Show, and I can count the number of hosts. And what makes it interesting because the only host I remember of prominence was probably Megyn Kelly, only because of the stuff surrounding her post Fox, and I don't remember watching a lick of Guthrie's. I don't know what you call it, her regime, her administration, how she presented the show, how she came off, and It's like, of all the hosts, why her? What of what? Like I was gonna say, as I read the article, like would one of us look up her cash value? What's her money valuation? Because
I can look that up right now. What her estimated wealth is.
It almost seems like we're almost getting to the realm of criminal profiling, because to know, at least based on the reports, and I was chuckling as I read that report in the sense, yay, we don't get a paywall, but then I see why we don't, because what these people were doing were just doing a decent job of pasting all these bits of information via multiple sources. Now, based on those sources, there's talk about forced entry. Apparently, based on what little knowledge I would get from the little class I took on neurobiology of violence in our survey of at least from a neurobiological perspective of a serial killer, there's a certain behavioral pattern here. So it almost looks like, I don't know how long this has been going on, because I think there's motive and then there's opportunity. So it almost, and I don't know how true it is, but a lot of these cases or incidents of whether we're talking neighborly or domestic disputes, the rest of the family may not know these potential people of interest or person of interest, but I'm thinking maybe something might have happened, because as the article said, she lives alone. And we don't know what her interactions are like. I'm sure the rest of the family doesn't know that either. So it's
Well,
They may not.
My apologies. Let me ask you a question, Lester. I have a question about this all. Is there something that's going through your mind that maybe this isn't a ransom note as more of a calling card for a crime of, like you were saying, someone who might be a serial killer or somebody in that nature, and that's why they're withholding a lot of that information behind, because this has gone into a weird, a much more serious area. Not that kidnapping isn't.
Well, the fact the FBI is getting pulled into it, like, I thought the Federal Bureau of Investigation would be like, hey, don't call us unless it's something interstate.
It could be that the FBI is involved because Savannah Guthrie is well known.
That is true.
She is a celebrity.
Yep.
And sometimes they do get involved when they have particular resources that the local doesn't have, that they want to, utilize too.
True.
So I mean, we don't know. Unfortunately, we don't know. I mean, it's a good thing we don't know, because it's none of our business right at this time. But there's a lot of things on that aspect. But it does leave a lot of questions that we hope get answered, and hopefully we get a happy answer to this type of situation.
So
I will tell y'all, it is not easy.
Go ahead.
I will tell y'all, it's not easy to get a hold of the FBI. Yeah, we tried, and we were accidentally trying to report a national threat.
Oh.
Yeah. It's best to let the cops call the FBI.
Well, forgive me for being a little flippant here, but yeah, we got this lady calling because she's concerned about her daughter missing. Let's put her on the list. Oh, great, just what we want. It's like,
hey, I'm probably already on the list.
Yeah, well, I'm sure I am. I usually get a little visit sometimes. In fact, the guy who listens in on my conversation, all that, the guy previous, he invited me to his daughter's wedding. And of course, I went to his reunion, his retirement party, and all that. Got to know all the guys. And, yeah, we're on first name basis. I sometimes order him a pizza when he's across the street, watching. Nice guy.
But I mean, look in here. It says that Savannah Guthrie's estimated wealth is $40 million, and it just makes me think they would know whoever did this. And I'm speculating here.
Yeah. I'm speculating also. But
she is the more wealthy of the siblings, so they're going to get her attention
Mhm.
And if this is a ransom note for money, I don't know.
Yeah,
None of us know at this point.
right.
But if this is a ransom note for money, they know who they're going to get it from.
Exactly. And it's not necessarily the fact that she's got the 40 million in hers, but who she works for. ABC
Yeah.
in conjunction with Disney, who has a lot of money, and they're hoping that something
And
comes through on
NBC
that
is
one.
with Peacock and Comcast.
Oh, that's right. She's NBC. I'm sorry. Today is NBC. I
Yep.
was thinking ABC. My apologies, everybody. I get confused. But even then,
That's all right.
she's got a company behind her who's got money.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and that is interesting because you would think. So it is weird because based on the article shown, it showed that she did. Based on the article we just read, did they depict her as being a guest on the show itself?
Apparently, she was on the Today Show for one time. Let me
Yeah.
pull that article back up.
It was 20.
I
Go ahead.
I didn't look underneath to see what the segment was all about because sometimes these programs they will bring their parents, their spouses, their children onto
Yeah.
the
It's
show,
not
and
unusual. Not unusual, especially when there's something special going on, Mother's Day thing or whatnot. It's like everybody brings in, hey, it's my mom, or we're bringing, hey, like the kids and such like that. It's not an uncommon practice.
And again, I don't know who this Savannah Guthrie is. I don't know what she is like as a personality. It is, like I said, among the various hosts and hostesses, whether we're talking Brian Gumbel, Katie Couric, and whoever else. I think Meredith was the last one.
Yeah, Meredith Vieira, yeah.
Yeah, and it was okay. Then it is interesting. Then why her? Because she didn't. Her name. This is the first time I've ever come across her. So because a lot of pundits, particularly within the, I don't like culture wars, and I don't try to be too deep into that, but you know what I mean. Pundits are going to pundit in that space, and they'll call out personalities, whether we're talking Megyn Kelly or we're talking Katie Couric, we're talking whoever else.
Right.
But for her to be targeted in that fashion, it's like, I don't know what I would call it, collateral for what? That is the one thing that it's really interesting because who knows if at all how long this might have been premeditated.
Yeah, because we don't know the
Exactly.
details.
Yeah, but
Stated. And real quick, Jet, there's really no need for that attitude. None of us knows what's going on except for those who are investigating this right now.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Exactly.
Well,
and the feds get called. The feds do get called in on. It depends on where you. Again, depends on what local law you're dealing with. The feds get called in even on the average people. Again, it comes down to the local jurisdictions and such, and how good a force they have. So I'm sorry, I interrupted you, Helion. So
it's all right. Now y'all were talking about how a crime of opportunity or the fact that they were cased in the joint. It could have been someone that was basically on her payroll, with her having that kind of money. Whoever it was knew her. It could have been someone coming in to fix her internet, to fix her phone, plumber.
Someone who would have consistent access to the house and learn the layout of the house.
Right. That could be an electrician. Physical therapist.
Oh, man, you're taking me back to the SVU days when I used to binge watch Law and Order SVU. I'm sorry, but that's where I get some of my profiling knowledge. But man, it's like it's almost straight from an SVU episode because it could be someone. I don't know how well that person might have known. Maybe not just the mother, but the entire family, and then that's a scary thing. I don't.
And,
Yeah, go ahead.
and even if money isn't the motive,
Right.
we don't know what the actual motive could
No.
be.
Yeah.
No. Right, because we don't have that information, nor should we.
I got my criminal profiling from Criminal Minds.
I get you. No, I think I've watched an episode or two. Yeah. Yep.
I got my criminal profiling back when I was a little naughtier, when I was younger.
But it is striking because that is sad in a way. If things come out at some point that the motive is going to be what it is, that I feel for the family, because you don't know if it's going to be a random stranger or if it's going to be someone they know, and that's one thing. I don't know. That's a question I hope I never have to come across in life.
I mean, I agree. I mean, I really hope it's not someone who is a trusted friend of the family or even a family member. Heaven help me. I hope that is not the case. Not that, I don't want this thing to ever happen. I mean, blah, blah, blah.
Sure.
But because that's the ultimate betrayal of trust between the relationship between human beings. But obviously, it's someone who's got some knowledge on it. We don't know if she did have caretakers coming in. We don't know, we don't know anything about this woman's private life, and rightly so. And
it's none of our business,
Lester. Right, none of our business. It's like you, Lester. This is the first time I heard of this host. No insult or no shade on that. I just don't watch any of these shows because I'm fed up with all these shows. All I know is just a Today Show host, and I never heard of you, but this is not good. That's the only thing. So
because she did, at least until recently, I'd never gotten any impression, like I said about a lot of the pundits were pundit. I didn't get any kind of flag about her being an inflammatory personality, and I don't wish any ill on anyone, but they're playing celebrities that would induce some inflammatory feelings. You know what I mean? Take your pick of fill in the blank celebrity, but for someone like that, it almost sounds like this can't be totally random. You know what I mean?
No. Mm-hmm. This isn't.
And I do want to say hello to Maria from Tiwatelli. It's good to see you, Maria. I hope you've been doing well. But I will be keeping track on any news about this particular disappearance. And again, I'm going to reiterate, I hope she is found alive and well.
Yeah. The best outcome. I mean, it's safe to assume that, she's been hurt. So hopefully not too bad. And she comes back and, in relatively good shape and not too traumatized by this. I'm best I can do, because I'm here in the Midwest and middle nowheres and have no money, is to give my prayers out and with that hope and have it within my heart, because I do believe that does help. And I hope when they do find this guy, it might be a woman. We don't know. I mean,
we don't know. We don't know.
Yeah. Right. Or how many there was.
We don't know if it's a single person or if it's multiple people who are involved.
Yeah. I hope they get the full extent to the law. I mean, all the way to the ultimate if she's not, found alive. Yeah. And you know what? And my opinion goes to that for anybody who does this, whether it's Joe Blow down the block to this case here. No one needs to go through this. Nobody needs to suffer because someone's greed goes into the most cowardly way possible.
You're right.
And it is the most cowardly spineless, pathetic way. At least when someone goes into a bank or into a convenience store or whatever, at least they're there, and you don't want them to do any harm to anybody. Obviously, you just look intimidating, grab your stuff and run. Hey, there we go. At least you got some balls to you.
I mean,
depends. This is coward.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
This is coward.
I would like to think, to whatever length of premeditation involved, that would already take out the claim, or what is it, the reason of insanity, because they had to have planned this to some degree, because they had to have known who this person was, especially if a ransom note was involved, whatever ransom that might have been, money, leverage, or power, or what. Mm-hmm. That should give them, that shouldn't absolve or at least lessen the degree of punishment. At least I would like to think so. If there's any degree of premeditation, you already know that you can cognize right from wrong.
So you would like to know who she had interactions with, whether it be on a daily basis or semi-daily basis or weekly basis.
Yep. Right. But going to Darren's point, there should be no reason to prosecute them to the fullest extent, because any degree of premeditation involves, you thought about this, you knew what you were doing. You can't. Yeah, go ahead.
I got 2 points on that. First of all, just because you're crazy or quote unquote insane doesn't mean you still don't plan out something to do.
No, that is true.
Really, honestly. And second of all, if you are that unhinged, right, that cause physical harm right to the case of unaliving people, you are a true danger, even more so than some guy that goes out there and blows somebody away in a gang fight or whatnot. I mean, even more so, because you don't know when the person's down. So when it comes around to insanity, screw that. Lock that person away forever. Then they do not see the outside of that loony bin. And I will call it a loony bin for the rest of their life, because they're a danger. And if they're too much of a danger, you pay the ultimate price. I know it sounds cold. I know it sounds harsh. But you know what happens? These people then get, we'll put him out. He seems okay. And voila, he comes right back.
They'll do it all over again.
Right.
And maybe even worse. So I'm hard ass on that. I'm sorry. I mean, I'm cruel. I'm vicious. I'll be the first one to say that. But I'm equal opportunity.
That's the way to look at it. Yeah, go ahead.
My daughter is also mentally ill, and they didn't give a shit whether she was in a manic state or not. And I keep explaining to her, I was like, you are bipolar, and she's on the manic side of the bipolar. And I told her, I was like, if you don't remain on your medication, it's escalating each time, and that's part of the reason why when I picked her up at the truck stop the other day, I dropped her off with a family friend, because she becomes homicidal. And when I say she becomes homicidal, I'm the one that she wants to come after. And I can't live this way anymore. I can't.
Right.
It doesn't mean that I don't love her and I don't want to see her go to jail, because she's going to hurt someone one day. And, the whole system is broken, from mental health to the missing. So I did what I thought was best for her, because, it's just going to get worse. And she's going to think that, I got all this attention by taking off. How can I up it next time?
Yeah, and that's just the system's broken, because We had the people going out there. It's their civil right to be crazy on the street. It's their civil right to freeze to death on the streets because they have a mental illness. They should not be forced to get help. They should not be forced to be put into a shelter so they don't freeze to death or go out and cause issues, whether it's violence against somebody or even harm against themselves. The civil rights crap that is, I believe in civil rights. But there still comes to a point that when you are a danger to society, whether it's to others or yourself, it is time to take action on that. And because, you're going to be harmful to yourself. What's the next step? Are you going to be harmful to others then? So, when we started getting that equation in,
I do believe if we can get the mental health in check, that will drop some of the crime down, not all of it, some of it.
Yeah.
And it will also help some of the homeless population.
Mm-hmm. Right.
But it's going to take someone bigger than me to make that effort.
Mm-hmm.
I am one person.
Right.
Had my daughter not been, one french fry short of a Happy Meal, then I probably wouldn't know nothing about this. Mm-hmm. Because it wouldn't have affected me at that point.
Right. And that's just it. I mean, we want to do right to people, and then we're told we're the villains for wanting to do right to people, and that we're, such violators. And they're happy. These sycophants are so happy to watch those that suffer and die. Really, honestly. I'm going to get this person into a shelter, clean, fed, and try to get them help. No, you're an ist. You're an ist. You're a National Socialist. You like the guy with the funny mustache. It's like, where does that come from? I'm not saying put them into a camp, right? No, but you're more than happy to watch them die on the street. And how many are veterans that come back with issues? All the veterans that come back and basically get effed over and don't get the proper stuff.
Even when they get to the VA hospital, they don't get the treatment that they desperately need and are seeking.
Right. Across all that. And it's disgusting.
When my daughter and I were in Georgia, she was on her 5th or 6th hospital stay in 2 years. The hospital that she was put in basically told me that they are recommending her for a long-term facility for her to get her shit together. And Medicaid refused to pay for it.
Mm-hmm.
I called my oldest son and I told him, I was like, if your sister kills me, I want you to sue the fuck out of Medicaid. Because at least that way I know my 2 sons are taken care of.
Mm-hmm. Well,
so, but I've been talking to the local Medicaid provider, the one that's in charge of my daughter's case, and she will do whatever is necessary on her end to make sure that my daughter can get better. The only thing is, now that my daughter's 18, she has to make the effort because I can't force it.
Yeah, now that she's legally an adult,
right,
by law, she can make her own decisions.
Yeah,
but there's a history of mental illness that won't be a factor in there with all this, and they'll tell you that off.
Yeah, a couple months ago, she was hysterical because the veins in her neck hurt. I don't know about y'all. I've never had a vein hurt. And she tried to scratch the veins out of her neck. I took her up to the closest hospital. And because she refused the commitment, they wouldn't keep her. So, I mean, like I said, the whole system is broken.
Mm-hmm.
There's no doubt that it's broken and it needs to be fixed. But
and I keep going through here, y'all.
But who in our current political climate is going to actually take that first step to make that change?
Right.
No, I'm asking a serious question here.
Yeah, I know it's a serious question.
They're too busy fighting for ICE and against ICE, and they're too busy worrying about the Epstein files. To worry about some of the crucial things that's going on in the country.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the media is the number one problem because they keep harping on shit that, really needs to be dropped. I think the shit in Minnesota would have went away if the media hadn't kept feeding it and feeding it and feeding it.
Right. Mm-hmm. Don Lemonade.
That's all I got to say about that.
And you're absolutely right. And again, which one of our politicians, I don't care, Democrat, Republican, who's going to actually step up and say, okay, enough. We need to make things right. If we have to reopen the institutions, reopen the institutions.
Right.
We have to focus on mental health. That's one of the problems of this country in the last several years. We don't focus on it enough.
Well, I mean, it's someone here. Oh, go on.
Sorry. And Mike, you and I are about the same age. I think you're a day younger than me. But anyway, so you and I are right at the same age. When we were feeling not so well mentally, we were basically told to suck it up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And so, we come from that generation. We don't talk about our feelings. Someone pisses us off, we just punch them in the nose and go about our business. So being we were raised like that, we come along and our children are not of the same mindset. Words hurt them. The schools throw out participation trophies. The boys get to share the girls' bathroom. So it's not the same. And now it's like, okay,
it's not the same environment at all that you and I grew up in. Baron grew up in Panawannabe. Lester grew up in. Lady Miss grew up in. Penny, Maria, any of us.
Right. I mean, back in the day, what would happen? We'd get in fights, right? And blow off steam. For guys, right? You'd have two guys get pissed off at each other, get into a fight, and then a lot of times, a high percentage, afterwards would just shake hands or whatever, or walk away, or sometimes become the best of friends. It was their way of blowing off steam. Now you just have a little altercation. That guy slapped me, and someone's going to jail. It's like, no, there's a valve that needs to be pulled to get that pressure down. And every time we've turned around, they've been taking it away. One thing has always been, hey, go down to the tavern, to relax, not necessarily go out there and get drunk, but you have the communal, get together. The usuals would show up if it was a local bar. I mean, just like Cheers. I mean, literally Cheers. As a former barfly, I can tell you, Cheers is very much on the nose of that type of life, and that's been taken away from us. The moment they start sitting back saying, and okay, I'm whether you like it or not, but when the moment they sat back and said, at least here in this state and in a lot of other states, you can't even smoke in a bar, which is again another valve release. And they start telling you more and more what you can't do. The pressure builds up more and more and more. And it's like, oh yeah, a bar, the haven of good health, and you're going to tell us not to have smoking in that haven of quote unquote good health. It's a bar. Anybody who works there knows it's a bar. They know that it smokes. In fact, my barmaid is a chain smoker. Okay, it's like lights her next one with the old one that's still lit. I mean, for crying out loud! Again, the individual liberties. As more liberties taken, the more pressure starts building up, and the more people get angry, and then you start seeing this, and then you start having the mental health issues out there, because what can I do? You're looking over your shoulders.
People need a healthy way to relieve any stress that they have, and for some people, like you were saying, Baron, it's going to a bar, sitting down, having a couple drinks, chatting it up, yucking it up, smoking a cigar,
Right.
cigarette, pipe, whatever,
Right.
and just getting that release.
Right.
About
It's a simple
about
little
four
things.
about 4 years ago, my oldest son was in the hospital, and I was a smoker at the time, and I got in trouble for smoking in their parking lot. And
Yeah.
that's the thing I don't get. I mean, I understand, hey, we're going to ask you, make sure your butt goes in, somewhere disposed, and don't set anything on fire. But don't tell me I can't smoke in the great outdoors. Nowhere near the front door or anybody else, and yeah.
Right. You're in a very traumatic situation. Obviously, if you have someone that's in the hospital, it's not necessarily a good thing, and you need to take a breather, take out there. You might be a smoker, and you need to take a puff just to get that, and then they come out with their self-sanctimonious whatever, and then tell you can't do that, and make you seem like it's scum of the earth. That is the most inhospitable thing you could ever do.
Well, and it wasn't looking good for him because he had COVID, pneumonia, and a bacterial infection.
Ooh, ouch.
Yes. Yeah, so I needed, to be able to walk away.
Right.
I mean,
you needed a
he
stress
got me.
release.
Yeah, October made a year that he's been married now.
Mhm.
So he survived, no deficit. So, we were really blessed on that regard.
You were, and that's good to hear. That's wonderful.
That's excellent news.
But that's just it. We have enough people out there being the nanny state against us and telling us what to do. And they put us onto a cookie cutter. And we're not in a cookie cutter. Each person is different. You can have someone who will pound heaters down 3 packs a day for all their life and die at the age of 99 in the Mustang Ranch of a Viagra overdose. Right?
Mhm.
Right.
Well, think about George Burns. He lived to be 100, and he smoked cigars.
Yep, just like I do put more pipe, but yeah.
I truly believe when it's your time, you're going to go regardless of how you live. I mean, you could sit here and be one of these people that never smoked a day in your life, and you're still going to get lung cancer because of all the pollution out there.
Well, yeah, I mean, because as I was saying to the professor the other day, because he died of cancer. I wonder if he was a smoker, and it's like that doesn't mean anything, professor. It get cancer for other stuff. Louis the Lord died of lung cancer, and he was vehemently anti-smoking and never smoked. But he worked in the coal mines and got black lung.
Yeah.
My oldest brother died at 16.
Say there's a chemical fire. Well, that smoke's going to go somewhere. And what's going to happen as that smoke goes over your neighborhood, per se? You're going to be inhaling that.
Just like the survivors of 9/11. Some of them died of cancer after being exposed to all that crap.
Right. The asbestos that was in there, all that stuff that came down, and we're finding all these people are dying because of those effects years later, whether they're the firemen or, you saw these people all covered in this stuff. And it's like, yeah, that person's not around no more. I kind of wonder what, I kind of figure out why. Yeah, it's like, that was not good. And it's not just that, it's just like anywheres. We're not, the world is not safe.
No.
There's no such thing as a safe world here. We're all going to die. Unless we happen to be Elijah, or we're going to be,
Methuselah.
I can't remember the other guy. Methuselah, yeah. Well, he was the one that lived the longest, but was the Elijah or the book of I got a mail block on his name, but the other one who also was taken up. But it doesn't matter, unless of course it's the last day. Then voila, those who are still alive. Well, okay, time to get in the queue. But yeah, I mean, and I agree with you, Helion. We our day is set. It's how we live it.
Yep.
And that's the thing, is like, Get out of the way. That's where my small L libertarian comes in there. It's like, do you know me? No. Then why are you telling me what to do about this? Well, because do you know me? No. Then no, fornicate off. Just go fornicate yourself and fornicate off, and shove your cranium up your nether sphincter area. There. How was that, Mike? Was that pretty good?
That was good.
Thank you.
You're basically telling that person.
Thank you, Tim. I was having a mental block, and I don't know why, because I've been studying up on Enoch, and what did I do? I have a brain fart. Enoch and Elijah, exactly.
Well, it only makes you think on the multitude of interventions not being used, in addition to the commonly prescribed pharmaceuticals, which, knowing myself and my siblings, we've all been put in clinical boxes, if you will,
Right.
for a lack of a better term. The medicinal pharmaceutical side of it is one thing, and working with a friend who runs a home care facility and recently learning they're mental health centric, meaning these are mental health patients who take mental health medication, and we try to feed them reasonable food. Although I joke every time I look at their cabinet, yeah, they should buy some stock in Hostess, because at least one of the shelves is loaded with that. So it's like, it's great that you've come to this clinical realization they're at that level, or they're at that degree of severity. Well, okay, put them on medicinals or pharmaceuticals and introduce other lifestyle related interventions that hopefully, and of course you got to get to know the patient and see because as I'm learning, the patient will only give you as much information as you can, I hate to say it, as much as you can get out of them. You know what I mean? You can't pry the info out of them, because they'll just tell you what you want to hear. But how do we provide the right degree of therapy? Because, of course, pharmaceuticals will have their vote, lifestyle will have their vote, diet will have its vote, or should. But I think a lot of people think pop a pill and call it a day. That's only one part of it.
Right.
You got to introduce other lifestyle related interventions that are sustainable, progressive, because it's not like you're going to tell a person to do deadlifts that are 100 pounds or 300 pounds in a weight. You got to build it up, and you got to find their comfort level. So I think, like, going back to Helion's point, yeah, a lot of things need an overhaul. A lot of things need to change. And I don't like the status quo when it's not doing its job. And that's one thing I think we as a society, we've gotten too comfortable with keep running until you hit for losing weight, there's a lot that's been scuttlebutt over the years about, there are many types of weight loss. There are many ways to do it. But where was I going to go with this? But I think the thing is, as an American society, we're too comfortable with the status quo.
We've gotten too complacent.
Yeah. And I think the elephant in the room is people are saying we like the status quo, and we're just not attuned to the fact that status quo is always changing. We're just comfortable with whatever that happens to be.
And doctors also make the biggest drug dealers, because you go in there for the simplest thing and they throw a pill at the problem.
Right.
And with my daughter, she started out her journey being suicidal. What did they do to solve that problem? They threw pills at the problem. Her first
Mhm.
suicide attempt was taking that bottle.
Mm.
You know, instead of saying, okay, we understand that you're feeling some kind of way. Let's, see if we can do it without the pill.
Right.
But, I mean, and that's like for me, I don't take pills. I barely will take a Tylenol. And that's because I know that I come from a long line of addicts and I'd be more susceptible to get addicted to it than someone that don't come from a long line of addicts.
Mhm. Well, and of course, what's
That
one
makes
of the side effects they usually have on these pills? Oh, we're trying to keep you from being suicidal, but yet one of the side effects on this is tendencies.
suicide.
Yeah,
Yeah.
tendencies, and it's like, well, isn't that kind of like, yeah? I just sit back and I kind of scratch my head on that. It's like, okay, my faith is weak here. I got very very weak faith.
Yeah.
I-
Well,
and
the next story doesn't get any easier than this one about Savannah Guthrie's mom.
yeah, yeah, and again, I pray that her mom is found safe and as sound as possible, and with no really long lingering effects.
Yeah.
So, again, I never heard of this hostess. Doesn't matter, but it's just a terrible thing. So
Yep.
that's how I'm going to end it for me.
Yeah. It shouldn't matter if you have or haven't heard about Savannah Guthrie. The point is, she has a loved one who's missing, and all of us would do anything we could to find that loved one alive.
Yep.
Mm.
And like I said, the only thing is, why her? That is the tragedy of it all. And
Right.
don't know
Yeah.
what the motivation is, but yes.
Yeah. Doesn't matter. It's still disgusting.
Yep,
Yeah.
exactly.
It's despicable. It's
Yep.
a horrid act.
Agreed.
Cowardly, horrid act.
But
Never mind.
here
I was going to
is
say a naughty
our-
word. My apologies.
Oh, all right. All right. But here we are with our next story, ladies and gentlemen. This comes from Phantom Pulse. I'm hearing an echo.
Not for me.
Okay.
Because I
No,
heard
I'm not hearing it. But this comes
Yeah,
from
I
Phantom
blame
Pulse.
Padawan.
Yeah. Speaking of Padawan Wannabe, did you have anything that you wanted to say
Just mean.
about our last story before we get into this one?
Yeah, you
I'm
awake
good.
over there, buddy?
I'm good.
Okay.
The only thing I mean,
I think you fell asleep on us.
the stuff I was thinking wasn't really stuff that needed to be added to it. It almost they didn't really say if her house was robbed or anything. They didn't let us know any of those kind of details for that, did they?
No, and rightly
Okay.
so, because again, I'm sure they're keeping everything as much on the down low as possible
Mm-hmm.
because they don't want stuff to get out there, and then
Yeah.
you do have those wackos who come forward and say, "Yeah, I was involved in it," and it's like saying it's like when people know specifics and start saying specific things, like,
Mhm.
"Okay, we got a person of interest here."
I mean, my mind just went to, again, something that really it was just, I wonder if they were posing as like a meter reader or something, you know what I mean? Like, oh,
Yeah,
we just need to
that
get
could
inside
be.
the house for a second. You never know. I don't
Yeah,
know
and-
if she's one of the older people that would be susceptible to that kind of, I just don't, it's hard to say. I don't know. Forced entry for
because
sure.
we
They
don't
came
know.
through the front door, but yeah, exactly.
Well,
It's just
that's
something
why
there.
that's why I got a Gatling gun pointed to the door, and if anybody knocks at night, and it's like, "Who's there?" Just try it.
I mean, I know why I don't have my dogs for security, but I know it adds security to my home.
Mhm.
My
Yeah,
my
they don't.
wife's mother came over one day and she's like, "You guys don't feel weird leaving your door unlocked?" And then she goes, "Oh, why would you feel weird?" Because all three dogs meet her at the front door, and it's like, well, yeah, that's the deterrent.
Very,
I haven't
Mhm.
very
trained them
truly
to
no.
attack or anything, but especially if people don't like dogs, they will be gone.
Oh
And
yeah, the
they're
Somali
not
guy that came
huge,
the other
but
day to drop off some medications for long suffering was very afraid. It's like, well, yeah. And, you're afraid of a toothless dachshund? Okay.
But we have this story from Phantom Pulse that says Neil Gaiman breaks social media silence a year and a half after sex abuse allegations. This was posted on Groundhog Day on Monday. And it says Neil Gaiman had a rough year and a half after the Tortoise podcast broke news of several women accusing him. Again, he's being accused. It
Mm-hmm.
hasn't been proven in court.
Nope.
Accusing the Sandman creator of sexual abuse. He went completely dark, hired PR firms to plaster social media with bot driven posts about his work to try to hide the stories. And now he's come out of hiding, posting a Substack of some odd Neil Gaiman is innocent project as evidence of no wrongdoings. One of the Tortoise podcasts came out with an expose on Gaiman and his predatory behavior on young girls and fans. It was the tip of the iceberg. It started with one incident of a young girl claiming she was abused by the American Gods author, one who was his granddaughter's age and acting as the babysitter nanny of his child at the time. Neil Gaiman responded by saying they only cuddled in a bathtub, making the situation sound suspicious.
Whoa, whoa,
Well, that would
whoa.
raise a red light, red flag, all the warning signs on the moral.
Yeah, yeah, we got a blue light special going on here. Can we come down here and take a look and see what's going on? It's
was there
cuddling in a
water in the
bathtub.
bathtub?
A second fan claimed he manipulated her into an abusive relationship soon afterward. Then a third woman came out by revealing her therapy sessions after years of alleged manipulation by Gaiman. But then Tortoise revealed the fourth and fifth accusers with very similar stories. The last may be the worst of all, as the woman alleges that Neil Gaiman blackmailed her by forcing her to do sexual acts in exchange for maintaining a place to live for her and her three daughters on his New York estate. The sixth woman who came out was the former massage therapist of Amanda Palmer, who detailed how Neil Gaiman flashed her in one of their appointments and implied a longer intimate relationship resulting from it, based on the manipulation from the Good Omens author. The seventh came on Reddit talking about a situation where a woman believes she was drugged at a party at his house. In one of the Tortoise podcasts, one of the victims mentioned there were 14 women Gaiman's ex-wife, Amanda Palmer, was aware of who had this kind of story about his abuse. It's increasingly like this is the case of the seventh allegation of the Sandman creator's creepy behavior. The first woman, Scarlett Karlovich, eventually filed a civil lawsuit against Gaiman about the situation, which was thrown out of court last year, not because of his innocence, but on jurisdictional grounds. Others have received hush money, such as the wife of the former groundskeeper who spoke out despite the NDA she was made to sign by the author to get her hundreds of thousands of dollars in compensation. Now,
Hmm.
now Neil Gaiman has broken his social media silence, posting this to X and other platforms. It's been a while since I've posted anything anywhere, but I didn't want to let any more time go by without thanking everyone for all your kind messages of support over the last year and a half. I've learned firsthand how effective a smear campaign can be, so to be clear, the allegations against me are completely and simply untrue. There are emails, text messages, and video evidence that flatly contradict them. These allegations, especially the really salacious ones, have been spread and amplified by people who seemed a lot more interested in outrage and getting clicks on headlines rather than whether things had actually happened or not. They didn't. One thing that kept me going through all this madness is conviction that the truth, and that's being blocked, would eventually come out. I expected that when the allegations were first made, excuse me, there would be journalism, and that the journalism would take the mountains of evidence into account, and was astonished to see how much of the reporting was simply an echo chamber and how the actual evidence was dismissed or ignored. I was a journalist once, and I have enormous respect for journalists. So I've been hugely heartened by the malicious fact and evidence-based investigative writing. I'm sorry, meticulous. Meticulous. My bad. Mark that as an E for Pacific. And evidence-based investigative writing of one particular journalist whom some of you recently brought to my attention, who writes under the name of Technopathology. I've had no contact with Technopathology, but I'd like to thank them personally for actually looking at the evidence and reporting what they found, which is not what anyone else had done. It's because you unfortunately don't have reporters who actually will look at the different evidence of a case or even a story. They'll just keep running with it. How many times do we see the news run with the same story over and over again without checking the facts? Now, I don't know if Neil Gaiman's guilty or innocent. That's not up for me to decide.
Well, and again, that's the crux of the whole thing. Yeah, he was a journalist before he became a writer. Did a big thing with Douglas Adams. Wrote a great book about Douglas Adams and the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. But Neil, you just got caught into the beast that you allowed to happen in some ways, being a former journalist.
Mm-hmm.
You weren't calling out the fact that because you were watching the media beforehand, you knew they were doing this, and you thought you were going to get special treatment because you're one of them. Congratulations. You just got hit by the yellow journalism bus, and they like to eat their own. Now, I don't know if he's guilty or innocent. I'm not going to go that far. I know I've heard, that, all that. It's, this is to the court. This is to what everything else. Going to wait. To make a clarification, I've met Neil Gaiman many times. He used to live around this area before he moved out. I don't know where he is now, but if it's New York, whatever. But yeah, he used to live just over the border in Wisconsin there, very close, and had a working relationship with one of the local stores here in town. All right, in Minneapolis. And but all the times I met him or just came across him, he was a very pleasant lad. But I don't know him. He doesn't know me. He back in the day, he did recognize me because my big fat face. and such. We stood side by side to each other as we're listening to Harlan Ellison talking on stage. So, I mean, I just know that Neil Gaiman. Anything else, I don't know. Is this part of that Me Too hoax where people glommed on and damaged that from the people who really did get have these issues done to them by people like Harvey Weinstein and all that, and then started spewing it out themselves? I don't know.
Think about allegations that were made against Vic Mignogna.
Yeah. Oh, that BS, definitely.
And real quick, I do want to acknowledge Tree Nug. It's good to see you.
Mm-hmm.
Hope you're doing well today.
So, yeah, I mean, this is a hard one, man.
Again,
I mean, he's a bit of a bizarre dude.
I don't have all the evidence. I wasn't there.
Mm-hmm. Obviously, I wasn't for it, so I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, it's easy to jump to conclusions based on what evidence is out there if you want to jump to conclusions. But if you're not getting the full picture, then wait.
Right. And do some real journalism.
Mm-hmm.
Enough of this yellow journalism crap. It's like, okay, I'll just copy and paste what the AP. The AP was never made for that. The AP was to help you get started and you can work off of that. But now everybody just rips off the copy, but it's now an email or whatever from AP and literally just copy paste.
I was going to say the AP was originally just the outline.
Right. It was a good start to get you going, and then it was your job to journal. Just like I said about USA Today, is it's a great newspaper if you want to have that quick little headline stuff, and you went back in the day. This is, but then you went to the other papers to get into the crux of everything. That's why we call it McPaper.
Mm-hmm. Now it goes on to say it's been a strange, turbulent, and occasionally nightmarish year and a half, but I took my own advice when things got tough: make good art. And once I was done with making television, I went back to doing something else I love even more: writing. I thought it was going to be a fairly short project when I began it, but it's looking like it's going to be the biggest thing I've done since American Gods. It's already much longer than the ocean at the end of the lane, and it's barely finished wiping its boots and hanging up its coat. And I spend half of every month being a full-time dad, and that remains the best bit of my life. It's a rough time for the world. I look at what's happening on the home front and internationally, and I worry. And I am still convinced that there are more good people out there than the other kind. Thank you again to so many of you for your belief in my innocence and your support for my work. It has meant the world to me, Neil.
My big question now is, are you going to take this learning experience, and yes, anything like this is a learning experience, and start applying it to what's going on in the world, knowing about how you were hit with one-sided yellow journalism? Are you going to go out there and then still blindly follow it and make comments about things going on out there, knowing that all they do is just copy paste and don't really do anything other than that and rile people up? I don't know if Neil, that's the big thing. Did he learn his freaking lesson?
Mm-hmm.
You know what? I hate to say this. I doubt it. And I hate to say that.
Because there is a learning experience from what he did or did not do. And, for some people, they never learn that lesson. It could happen to them over and over again. You can beat them over the head with it. I'm not saying literally go out there and beat somebody over the head. That's not what I'm saying. The message doesn't sink in.
Right. It's like, learn from your experiences. And and I'm afraid I believe he's just going to go out there blindly and start shooting his mouth off like he did before, just because he heard it on NPR. Because NPR loves him, but was more than happy to probably turn their back on him during this whole thing and join in with the whole thing. We're going to be talking about Neil Gaiman, this horrendous sexual predator, here on One Thing Considered. Please, if you want, we need to have your donations coming in now to keep us going, because no one else out there is listening to us or donating. So to the 3 listeners out there, please send us money. Now back to that horrible human being, Neil Gaiman.
From a certain point of view. Everybody has their own points of view on Neil Gaiman.
Right. Mine is completely neutral.
I have no horse in this race, but it is something you have heard about in the last year and a half, and it does make you wonder. Yeah, we have talked about it before.
Yeah,
that's why I'm following up on it.
Mm-hmm.
So it finishes off here in these next 3 paragraphs. Neil claiming he's just being a good dad through this whole situation is quite the turn of events, when he was definitely cheating on his wife in creepy circumstances under the most generous of interpretations of what happened. Of course, this is the opinion of the author of this article or authors, because it just says Phantom Pulse.
Right.
We don't know who had Phantom Pulse.
Yeah.
He did cheat on his wife.
Yeah, he did cheat. But, what went down, okay, that's for whatever to decide going on there. So, but he did. And, hey, it happens. Now, what was the full circumstances? Hey, I'm guilty of that. I can't say anything. I cheated on my first wife. Okay, that's why she got wise and kicked me out. I don't hold anything back. I'm a scumbag. I admit it. So that's between him and her, and the third party or fourth party along with her, fifth. Who knows? Maybe he had to near him. I don't know. If he did, I'm jealous.
He also linked to a Substack that calls itself the Neil Gaiman is Innocent Project, a Substack that routinely attacks Gaiman critics with conspiracy theories and begs for donations.
That's highly suspicious.
I was going to say, that's raising a red flag with me.
Right.
It really is.
Mm-hmm.
And we lost Helion. Hopefully she's able to come back.
Oh, no. Helion, come back. I miss you already.
It says, on the Substack, there are many emotional pleas made, and critics are often attacked as all-right Nazis, as if some political nonsense invalidates all the strange behavior by Gaiman and the hush money paid to his alleged victims. And I will admit, anytime I hear that somebody's given,
there she is,
an individual who has accused them of devious acts, and the person that's being accused has given that person hush money, it always makes you go, oh, you did something, did you?
Right. I mean, there can be several reasons behind it. Maybe they give the hush money because they don't want this to go. They are innocent, but they just don't want to go through all this. They're guilty. But the thing is you have to put blame on both sides. If someone's asking for it too, which happened to Michael Jackson, it's like, okay, the stepfather is blackmailing or whatever Michael Jackson. Michael Jackson gives him a bunch of money. It makes them both look bad, right? I'm not saying, actually I have a little bit more to the stepfather. It's like, isn't your job to protect the kid and not use it for getting money? It's like, if it was me, I'd want to bury him. You know what I mean? So when the son's money going, it's not good look. It's not a good look.
No, it's not. And the article finishes up by saying, besides attacking J.K. Rowling regularly as transphobic, which we're not sure what that has to do with gaming, the page also attacks #1 best-selling biological scientist Vox Day, whose diligent research currently holds the top 2 spots in the biological scientist field on Amazon, by calling him a right-wing, white supremacist, anti-Semite misogynist.
Ooh.
Ugh.
I've been striving for that for years.
All right. Okay, there's more. I'm sorry.
Whoa. Okay.
What that has to do with Day's ability to research material and present findings is unclear. It's also unclear what it has to do with Neil Gaiman, but it's the level of scrutiny this project places on what they call proving Gaiman's innocence. I don't know, with the way they're lashing out, it makes you wonder, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
What exactly are they protecting besides we know who they're protecting?
Well, again, it comes down to it. Is Neil some way associated with this group, or is this a bunch of people that just started it up? And if that's the case with how they're acting, Neil, why haven't you gone out there and told them to cease and desist and say you have nothing to do with these hunyucks, and you do, it's like they have nothing to do with me. I don't know who these guys are. I'd be vocal as can be, and I would be making the insisting of cease and desist. You're being a moron. So, again, that's the other thing that makes me kind of, did you learn your lesson there, Neil?
Who knows? And Helions just let us know that it was her puppy who decided she didn't need to be on the stream.
Aww.
It's kind of like Mouse, you don't need to be the one on camera. He does.
Yeah. Oh, he also has been knocked me off completely by turning off my power strip too. It's like boom, everything is gone. It's like remember that day? I remember it.
Mm-hmm.
Silly cats.
Says Neil Gaiman turned off comments on his X post, clearly not wanting to be able to interact with the public or have anyone scrutinize his post, which doesn't say much other than make the same political signaling that Neil Gaiman is innocent project accuses his detractors of.
Mm-hmm.
It is also worth noting that this project suggests our fandom postings are related to the Tortoise podcast, which originally broke the story. We have never spoken with nor interacted with the purveyors of that podcast. Well, you don't have to speak or collaborate with someone who's originated this, speculation, accusation, had these people on. It's guilt by association.
Right.
Just like, remember Tim Sheridan blocking a lot of us on X, even if we had nothing to do with him?
I had to work for it. I worked for it. And all it took was an eye roll to finally do it. But you were lazy, man. You didn't do a damn thing. You were blocked. It's like,
I didn't interact with him at all.
Yeah.
And then I see a video of his, and I will say it to this day. I would have talked to him about his masterpiece Transformers that he had on his shelf. Oh, which one of them is your favorite? Out of that whole collection, which one do you like the most? Which one are you most proud of to have on display?
Probably the gayest one. But
It says even the left-wing types weren't having Gaiman's response, with several quote tweets going against what the author said. Show the evidence to contradict this, then, asshole. Let's see, reporting reference. Yeah. Man publicly posts this on every platform with comments disabled. pretty much says the allegations are a lie, does a witch hunt, and we're too close-minded, concerned trolling before announcing he's made the game an innocent subreddit. F you. But whatever happened to believe all victims, no matter what, Neil?
Yeah, that's
Not
a
so
damning
hot
thing.
when it happens to you, is it?
Mm-hmm. And he did say some damning things also in admission to some of the accusations way back.
Yeah, well, this is a post that he had made, and this was back in 2018. On a day like today, it's worth saying, I believe survivors. Men must not close our eyes and minds to what happens to women in this world. We must fight alongside them for them to be believed at the ballot box and with art and by listening and change this world for the better.
Mm-hmm.
He for she, yeah. Remember when all that was going on?
Yep.
When people were wearing the pussy hats?
Yeah, proud moment there.
That's what they were called, folks.
Oh, this is on Blue Sky. Oh my word! It's bad when one of their patron saints gets attacked by their own, getting eaten by his own. And the thing is I'm not going to be harsh on him for having the comments off on that, because again, what's the last thing you want to have when you make a post like that? It was just that one post, not you decided to close all comments going on it, but just on that one post. You don't want to turn this into just like that right there, where people are just going in there snarky, whatever, sickle fit, all across the board. That's the last thing you want in there. That's not the point. So I can't blame him for having the comments off for that one post.
Mm-hmm.
But it depends. I mean, yeah, this is going to be hard for him when he's got his own going after him. All it takes is an accusation, Gaiman. Believe all women, and you're suffering for it, man.
Mm-hmm.
You're suffering for it.
Just like it says in this one paragraph, regardless, it appears as if the Sandman creator is trying to make a comeback a year and a half in. On Blue Sky, where the leftists of the left remain, they're not having it either, despite his disabling both comments or quote tweets.
Mm-hmm. But you can do screenshots.
Yeah, you can. You can. And unfortunately for Gaiman, it seems like people have made their verdict.
Right.
It doesn't look like his comeback tour is going as planned. Well, do you really think it would? Honestly. Whether he's guilty, whether he's innocent, do you really think it would?
I don't know, because it's just such a strange thing. It is Neil Gaiman. And I'll also be upfront. I'm not a big fan of Neil Gaiman, to be honest with you. His writing and all that, and stuff like that. It's like, okay, okay, whatever. Yeah, okay. I mean, I thought he did do a great episode of Babylon 5, notwithstanding. I thought his when he did the Doctor Who episodes, I thought they sucked. So I mean, when it comes to that one, I admit I don't I'm not a big fan of his works and all that, but that's neither here nor there. And again, when you have your own eating you up, you have to open for him to do that.
Yeah.
Believe all women. It's like no. You have to verify, because anybody can say anything. And
anybody can make an allegation, and that allegation can definitely turn out to be false.
Right. Neil, let's just say these are all false accusations going after him because people are pissed at him and figure this is their chance to do it. How's that working for you now with that idiotic believe all women? You never go out there and say believe all, insert whatever. You never do that.
There are two sides to each story. There are multiple sides to a story.
I'm not
Until
saying
you get all the facts, you can't make a proper accusation, as far as I'm concerned.
Same here. So,
and what do I think of Neil Gaiman's statement? I honestly, I do think he does have something to hide. He's trying to sweep it under the rug. He's hoping people will ignore it and forgive him.
Right. I think he figured, okay, it's been a year and a half. Now it's my chance to weasel in, and I can say anything and they'll eat it up because people have done that in the past. Well, this is a new era. What the hell is going on in the chat with towels?
I don't know. Phil is being Phil.
Who's Phil?
Phil
I never
McCracken.
heard of this individual. Phil McCracken. Oh, he's a Scottish therapist, played by Patrick Stewart, the greatest actor ever. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, Patrick Stewart's a quality actor. I wouldn't call him the greatest, but
hey! Don't take away my fun. Don't take.
It just says to me the unintended consequences of availing access to personalities. And it's like, yeah, you get the word out, but then they forget, well, you still kind of want to keep the guardrails because there is that danger. And I don't know about you guys, but I do kind of miss that wall between, us, not so much versus them, but it's here's us common folk and there's the actors and actresses. Now it's like, I don't know. I don't know what's in the minds of these actors, writers, that they want to feel loved by society. And at the same time, there should be some kind of guardrail, at least in the back of their mind. It's like these ladies have not read that book, The Gift of Fear. I still recommend that read. 300 pages worth of telling you, trust your gut. Again, like you guys have been saying, don't know if the dude's guilty, but I mean, really? If and I know everybody's threshold is different, but come on, like what were you looking to get into by interacting with someone in that sphere? I mean, I had a housemate back in college who would tell us stories about interacting with the Hollywood moguls or celebrities. Like, good to know. Don't know if I need to know that. It's like,
well,
I'm sorry, but there's a point where I thought you guys wanted to keep your privacy private and all that jazz. Now it's like, well, you can't have your cake and eat it too, buddy. There are consequences to be had.
Respect the privacy. Respect the privacy. Well, let us not forget Rob Lowe, right, at the DNC convention back in, was it 84? Was it the Mondale one? I can't remember. Or was it?
I was thinking it was the caucus, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, it was, but it was in the 80s, and he hooked up with a girl, and afterwards they went after him because, well, she was underage. But the thing is she never said she was or anything, and I don't think she even looked underage. And it was all set up by her mother because they wanted to, do a scam on Rob Lowe and basically attack him. So here's a person who was who performed statutory without knowledge on it being set up, and thankfully that okay, yeah, this woman's a scumbag for letting her daughter go through with all this. And what is she for wanting to go through all that? Yeah, she got the go Humpty Dumpty with Rob Lowe, but you realize what what you were doing with attempt to destroy the man's life. Of course, that was found out. Thank God. Thank God. I mean, there was a lot of jokes, obviously, and I have to admit, with Mr. Gaiman here, I am highly suspicious, but still, I have to hold out that. Well, we'll wait until this is all taken care of. But public jury has spoken. I mean, like I said, even his own are eating them up. So I'm talking about politically. I mean, when it comes around to being fans, it can be anybody across any political spectrum. But he is very left of center socialist. I mean, that's no surprise. Did I just shut down the room?
No, I mean, I don't know what else. I don't know about the other two, but what else needs to be said about? I mean, shouldn't it at least? Again, we don't know how factual it is, and of course, there are other dimensions we can discuss because we can talk about the point he made about. Okay, you may think or you may see he could be a scumbag. There's a chance, don't know what percentage, he could ultimately be a scumbag, but he does raise a good point about journalistic integrity. That's another thing that we are losing sight of. Mm-hmm. But in terms of like, hey, we've got to have the facts and going back to my thing about privacy, I would like to think that when the facts are settled, report on that. Whereas we have a lot of speculative sites. Thank you, Wild Wild West of the interwebs. You're free to choose, but you are never free. Of course, exactly. And that's what we've lost as a society, that the sense of consequence.
Right. But I do think, I'm surprised he didn't put that in the article of Fandom Pulse, but I do think he did make a tweet or a comment one time a few years back that was really kind of, huh? Mm-hmm. And I think, because I remember us talking about that the first time around. I'm surprised it didn't show up this time because it's, it can start leading down the damnation road. So.
And let's face it, with tweets, they're never deleted. They're never gone, especially if someone gets a screen cap.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. They're there. Yeah. And I know people are out there. Maybe they're going to start showing it again now after this. What type of firestorm is this going to start? I mean, okay, but you said this was in the second. So Neil Gaiman stuck his head out of his house and now he saw his shadow. Does that mean 5 more allegations?
No.
Wouldn't that be 6? Just like 6 more weeks of winter?
Yeah, 6 more weeks of winter. Yeah. Mm-hmm. 6 more allegations.
It'll be interesting to see where this case goes, what other developments happen to pop up. And I'll be keeping my eye on it.
Yeah, definitely. I like I said, I really hate to see this stuff going on. Even if I'm not a big fan of Neil Gaiman, it's like I know he's a very talented.
That's the funny thing about celebrity, and particularly however young one might have been exposed. Like I was exposed to Bruce Lee throughout my childhood, and then I was really into his stuff in adolescence and young adult. And then, learning a few things, meeting some people who knew him, kind of quirky dude. And then I ran across some YouTube videos talking about drug letters. And I'm like, yeah, one historian said if I had known he was into this stuff earlier in my life, I might have chosen a different role model. So it's like, again, going back to like the lanes, the walls between us and them. And it's like, I want to celebrate you for the work you did. If you happen to be a great guy, good on you. It's like when we learn of our whatever fill in the blank personality you see, especially when you watch those episodes of the E True Hollywood Story.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, at least it gives you a realistic outlook on who the person was, warts and all. I'm like, okay, yeah, it must have had a messed up life, but
Mm-hmm.
even amid the messed up life, he contributed something of some value.
Right.
And I don't know. I just
Well,
yeah. Go ahead.
we all are effed up in some fashion.
No, yeah.
And I'm not going to be the first to deny that. I mean, if people want to sit down and start interviewing me and talking about it, sure, I'll talk about it. But that's neither here nor there. I mean, some could be very interesting stories. The other day at the because the wife was getting her sutures taken out, and she goes, "Pookie, because she didn't, it was painful and causing great discomfort, and she wanted to have her mind taken off. She goes, tell me the story about the water guns again. I said, I ain't telling that story with anybody around here, because I mean, if pressed, I will tell the story, but no, I'm not going to tell the story of the water guns, even though it's hysterical. You know.
But since we've had two stories that haven't been the easiest to get through, I'm going to add a moment of levity here. Now,
Okay.
to set it up, this past Saturday, Anti-Derivative Jill joined me on The Adventure Continues, a Star Trek discussion, and we watched and discussed the episode Yesteryear. In that episode, Spock has to go back in time and prevent his own death. And while he's back in time, he calls himself Selleck and tells his father, Sarek, that he's a cousin of the family. And even though Sarek says, you look familiar, but I do not know you, there's a reason. I was actually able to find an actual picture of Spock's cousin, Selleck. Yes, I was.
Oh, God. Oh, God.
Yes. Come on, Baron. We need some levity here.
But we need good levity. We need good levity, man.
All right. Well, then maybe some people will get a kick out of this.
Okay. This wasn't my idea.
Ladies and gentlemen, Spock's cousin, Selleck.
I had a feeling
he got tired of the desert of Vulcan, went to Earth to deal with the tropical climate of Hawaii, and he's a private investigator now. That's right. He got rid of his Vulcan robes and wears a Hawaiian shirt. But there you go, yeah. And his shuttlecraft he drives, well, it looks like a red sports car.
Mm-hmm. Gets blown up once, too.
Yeah.
Was it blown up, or am I thinking Miami Vice, or maybe they both had it?
I think they both had. I don't know. It's been a while since I watched Magnum PI and Miami Vice.
I never watched Miami Vice, believe it or not. But I'm willing to go watch it now. I did see the episode with Ed O'Neill. Oh, Al Bundy in there.
Mm-hmm. And Penny is laughing, and she's saying, live long and prosper.
Yeah, she's a good Trekkie, just like the rest of us here.
Helion? Just know that here, we are going to Star Trek.
Come on into the...
It's one of my loves, so that's part of who I am.
Bitch on us on the panel. Come on. Give us what for. But yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, yeah, definitely classic Star Trek. You know what I was doing the other night? I
No,
was watching Pluto. Oh, there she is. Hi.
I muted the microphone because the puppy wanted to play.
Oh, okay. Oh, we're very puppy friendly. But watch Pluto. I was watching some good old fashioned classic Doctor Who. Underworld was one of
Ooh,
the
ooh.
episodes. Yeah, good old Tom Baker playing the part. And of course, what did they do? They were always putting in the adverts, and one of them was for classic Star Trek. Yeah,
Ooh,
original.
nice.
Yeah, and they got like 3 channels on there. If you want Star Trek, they got like 3 channels. You have the classic and Next Generation together, I believe, in the one. They got DS9 and they got Voyager. And I don't know where Enterprise pops in or where they put Enterprise on, but they say they show it. So I haven't watched Pluto in a while. I'm gonna have to start watching it again. It made me feel all warm and fuzzy.
Well, watching classic Who and classic Star
Yeah.
Trek, yeah, that'll always give you the
Yeah.
warm, fuzzy feeling because you know what tomorrow's episode of Starfleet Academy involves?
I don't know of this show you're talking about.
It involves
Klingons.
one of our favorite characters. Well, no, that was the last episode, and it wasn't very good from what I've read.
Oh no, this is good.
But tomorrow's episode
Hooray.
involves one of our favorite captains, and he didn't put up with crap.
Oh,
He took his mother effing pimp hand, called the Defiant, and took care of business. Yep, it involves the Cisco.
The ring.
He said, "Today is a good day to die."
does that mean he's got? Please
The
tell me
trailer
he's not
for
reprising the role.
I hope not. I hope not. And
Don't do it.
from what I gathered from the trailer, the hologram in that show is tasked with trying to find out what happened to Captain Cisco. Now listen, Kurtzman and Secret Hideout. We, the real Trek fans, don't need to know what happened to Captain Cisco because we already know he is with the prophets, the Bajoran prophets.
Sitting back, having a drink, a couple over there with the big palm fans, and he's in shorts, sunglasses. Yeah, he's having the time of his life with the prophets.
He told Cassidy at the end of What We Leave Behind that he will be back someday. We don't need to know when he came back.
Yeah,
Leave that
or
up
if
to
he
your
has yet.
imagination.
Yeah, he may not have yet.
He could still visit Cassidy in a vision.
Mm-hmm.
Let her know that I'm still around. Still keeping an eye on you, the baby, and Jake.
Mm-hmm.
But they don't need to go to Deep Space Nine. They don't need to touch any of the characters from Deep Space Nine, especially Captain Benjamin Lafayette Cisco.
Are they going to DS9?
They showed DS9, but it's only a drawing of it.
Oh, fudge.
It's not the
Fudge
actual
me.
station.
Oh, fudge me. When you got a hologram that you programmed that's so big can't fit to the door to get into the holodeck. You're going to design a hologram, you come up with that.
Well, even seeing a clip from this last episode of Starfleet Academy, they misquote one of the greatest quotes of Picard from Conspiracy. It's like, how could you screw that up? Some people have speculated that the reason why it's not the full quote is because they don't want to pay the royalties to the original writer. But when you
That's
bring
bullshit.
up when you bring up such a great episode from season 3 of Next Generation, where Picard gives that great quote from Admiral Satie, and you screw it up, and it really has no relevance in the way the scene's put together. It's like, no. If you're gonna put in a quote or have some kind of reference, it has to be meaningful. It has to have some sort of substance there.
Mm-hmm. Normally.
What's the reference? You don't just throw it in just for the sake of throwing it in and going, hey, you remember this quote? Yeah, that's great, but what does it have to do with the scene, with the development of your characters? Zero.
They're the masters of member berries.
Mm-hmm.
Remember?
Yeah. But let's go ahead and get into our next story here, shall we?
Yeah, because he gave us more bad news. Thanks, Mike.
Sorry.
Yep.
But you know what? I'd rather rip the Band-Aid off and bring it right to you guys instead of being gentle. It's like, no. You are Klingons. You are all Klingons.
That's why Cash is in here. He's doing a binge watch of Starfleet Academy 90210.
Yeah, but
Austin's Trek.
Well, let's go ahead and get into this next story, shall we? All right, so this comes from that park place. It comes from Marvin Montanaro, and it was posted just yesterday. And it says, breaking, Josh D'Amaro is the next Disney CEO. Dana Walden to take on new chief creative position. Bob Iger is retiring, folks.
Again, how long until he comes back to rescue?
Oh, he was gone for 2 years when Bob Chapek replaced him, and that was just done in a rush. Remember, they were on CNBC together, and Bob Iger came up with a brilliant idea just before we shut down because of COVID. That guess what, Bob, you're the new CEO.
Right. He set everything up for Bob to Chapek, that is, to fail, so he can come back and look like the savior. Not realizing that he said such a good job, it was still crumbling and still is crumbling under him now.
Mm-hmm. And it's good to see Tommy and the guinea pig collective. Tommy, how you feeling, brother?
Tommy! There's guinea pigs all over the place. Oh my God. He sent them to attack. Oh no. Oh.
Nah.
It's an invasion.
Tommy's not like that. Well, maybe if you get on his wrong side, then he'll go into full Megatron.
I've been on his bad side. Now Tagge Cottage is being invaded by guinea pigs. There's one that looks like Rambo. There's one that looks like Commando. Oh my God! There's even a Conan guinea pig.
Yeah,
what is he feeding them?
You know what the Commando and Conan ones are telling you there, Baron? Stop whining.
Yeah.
Quit being a baby.
Well, you say that when you get a guinea pig invasion.
What? They're cool. They don't bother me.
Cool. No. I'm sorry, Tommy. Call him off.
But this article says the Walt Disney Company has officially confirmed its next leadership transition, announcing that Josh D'Amaro will become the next Disney CEO, effective next month. The decision, approved unanimously by Disney's board of directors, ends months of speculation surrounding Bob Iger's succession and confirms that Iger will step aside sooner than previously suggested. D'Amaro will formally assume the role of Disney CEO at the company's annual meeting on March 18th, 2026. Bob Iger will remain with the company in an advisory capacity through the end of the year, but his tenure as CEO effectively concludes next month.
Translation, puppet master.
Yep. He's pulling the strings. He's doing exactly that. And I had seen, rumors about this several days, and I was waiting. I'm going, nope, until it's confirmed. We're not talking about it. Just like with Kathleen Kennedy, I waited on that too.
Yeah, Mike in the back room in our meetings, he kept on going, wait for it. Wait for it.
Not now, Baron. Baron,
now.
Baron, get your finger away from that button. Get
what's this?
finger away from that button.
Well, if you got a button here, it's meant to be pressed. Don't tease me. I want to press the button. I want to be like Harvey and press the button.
And no, Jet, I don't think anything is going to be changing, especially with Bob Iger still pulling the strings.
The puppet master. Yep. You're actually absolutely right.
Alongside the CEO announcement, Disney revealed a significant creative restructuring. Dana Walden will move into a newly created role as president and chief creative officer, consolidating creative oversight across the company's film, television, and streaming divisions. Oh, you mean more? Put a chick in it, make it lame and gay.
Yeah, and I love how they have that. A newly created. Why do you need to create a new spot? Don't you have enough hunyucks there that can screw up your company?
Change your mind, twisting your dreams. Anyway, no, it's funny because from what I heard from Script Doctor, she is nothing more than an accountant. We'll see how creative she can get.
That's the thing, Lester. They don't have creative people in Hollywood anymore at any of these companies.
She's probably creative with numbers, and that's about it.
Oh, yeah, another spin job for the earnings meeting.
Oh, yeah, there's cookbooks all over the place over there. They need to make sure they have someone who can keep track of it all.
True.
No, not my toes.
And Perrin, you're in for it now.
Not my toes. I got ugly toes anyways.
And of course, it says Disney confirms CEO transition next month. According to Disney's official announcement, tomorrow will succeed Iger at the annual meeting and will also be appointed to the company's board of directors immediately following the transition. The board framed the move as the culmination of a multi-year succession planning process that began in early 2023. So remember, we talked about it when it was announced that he was looking for a successor. Disney board chairman James Gorman praised tomorrow's leadership credentials and emphasized his ability to balance creativity with operational discipline. Josh tomorrow possesses the rare combination of inspiring leadership and innovation, a keen eye of strategic growth opportunities, and deep passion for the Disney brand and its people. Yeah, but what sort of messaging is Bob Iger going to put in his programming to make sure he still keeps in line? That's what I want to know. I'm serious on that. I really want to know.
I'm in the same boat, man.
You know, he's coming in that Mickey Mouse shaped Borg cube, and he's assimilating him fully. All of which make him the right person to take the helm as Disney's next CEO, Gorman said. Gorman added that tomorrow demonstrated a strong vision for Disney's future while maintaining a deep understanding of the creative culture that defines the company. But there hasn't been any creativity under Bob Iger and under Disney for the last 20 years.
Oh, come on, Dave Filoni, man. He's the best, man. Look at all the creativity he did. He gave us Grogu.
I can tell you what you can do with Grogu.
You know what? How you can take a wonderful little creative effort like Grogu and then just drive it into the ground.
They just kept calling Baby Yoda.
Cha-ching! Cha-ching, cha-ching, cha-ching.
Yeah, but see, they also failed on that point too, guys and gals.
I believe
when they released The Mandalorian and they didn't have any Grogu and Mandalorian
merchandise
except for a few T-shirts.
You couldn't even, like, I tried to find The Mandalorian, like, a real release, and it was very hard to find. It was not Disney releasing it for a long time. Like, you know, it's not like I was expecting them to have that available fairly quickly on hard copy, but they just never really went after it.
And the thing is, I'll admit, I liked the first 2 seasons of The Mandalorian. I thought they were good. And I can't remember the name of the website that my mom actually found the shirts that I ended up buying, because I haven't shopped there in so long. But they had Mandalorian shirts that people just made themselves.
Oh, I bet they were awesome too.
Yeah, and I still wear them.
Heck, Mike dressed up as Grogu a couple of years ago for Halloween.
No.
I mean,
If I was going to dress up as anyone during that time, it would have been Mando.
Yeah.
Even the idea that even using an old marketing tool, like, they gave us a bunch of different looking Mandalorians, and they made like 3 action figures. You know, I mean.
Yeah, you had to go to the Clone Wars action figures to have all the different ones.
Yeah. No, I mean, the prequels did merchandising right. I mean, that, and again, that was our heyday for that kind of stuff. But I mean, I still see stuff that they just release. It's like, I can't believe they didn't release this before. Like, I'm surprised I'm seeing it now, so long after, you know what I mean? So it's just, and they're still releasing, like, there was a new Clone Trooper, and it's like, oh, this is okay. You know, it was the what do they call them? The retro ones that they do. I forget what that series is called. It's the old size, the 3 3/4.
Yeah, make them like the 77
but they're new,
style.
but they're new ones. Well, I kind of like it.
The ones that Kenner made.
I do kind of like it because I have a lot of the old figures, and I'm like, oh, this will fit right in there, you know. Like I have a Mandalorian to put in with my clones when they all get set up. He won't fit, right? But I don't care.
And yeah, I'm gonna say it. Bob Iger here looks kind of like he made Boom Boom.
Maybe
he looks like Biden. Sorry, not to be political here, but he looks like Biden right there. The middle of
oh my gosh! I gotta look for a new CEO. Oh, I think I just crapped my pants.
This segment brought to you by Depends.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought, oops, I crapped my pants.
That's his O face. Oh my God.
Oops, I did it again. I filled up my Depends on stage. Oops, I did it again. Yeah.
Bob Iger's early exit is now official. While Bob Iger will remain involved with Disney as a senior advisor through December 2026, the announcement confirms that his return to the CEO role is coming to an end far sooner than many expected. That's because he failed. Really?
Was his job just to get Kathleen out? She's gone. He's like, I'm done.
No.
I know. I'm just saying.
Many have speculated that the reason why he put Bob Chapek in the position is so that he can come back as, you know, the guy on the white horse.
Yeah, I remember
save the
all
company.
that, yeah. He's like, I'll let this guy screw it up for a couple years. They'll beg me to come back.
Heck, I remember that night, that Sunday night, when the news broke. I went live. I was going to make a video, and I said, screw it, I'm going live.
Yeah, you didn't even call me.
You came on anyway. You saw that I was live, and you jumped on. Cash jumped on because Phil said, hey, you better get on there. You need to help Mike.
I don't remember that. Okay.
You were on there.
Okay, I believe you. I believe
All right.
you.
It says Iger endorsed
He didn't
tomorrow.
invite me.
There's video proof. We'll
You
send
still
you
had
the
access,
footage.
dude.
We'll
Well, when
send
you
you the
have a key, when you have a
CCTV
key to the
footage.
back door of StreamYards, you can walk in at any time like you usually do.
Yeah. Well, no, I usually go
StreamYard's got
through
a
the back
huge
window.
back door.
Whoa.
Oh, how else am I going to get the refrigerator in here?
No. Whoa. If your back door can take a refrigerator, yeah.
Oh wait, you need help
Where's
moving
the
a refrigerator?
refrigerator?
I'm busy.
Where's the
I got
refrigerator
plans.
you're talking about?
I
had
think
to
it's
get
a
rid of it because
metaphorical
Cash.
refrigerator.
I had to get rid of it because Cash left the door open one night, let stuff rot in, the food rotted, and
Everything went bad.
It's always his
Do you
fault.
know what a studio smells like? Do you know what a studio smells like when kale, tofu, bean sprouts, and all that stuff goes bad? It doesn't smell good. Especially when you got all the different flavoring tofu.
Smells like an
spicy
organic
buffalo,
garden.
the teriyaki. Yeah, I mean, oh yeah, I mean,
You should have got his housekeeper to come in.
Yeah.
or his gardener.
Aren't they the same person?
A lot of us still have to mow our own yards and maintain our own yards, Cash. Unlike you.
He's got a team on 24/7 rotation, 3 different shifts.
Because of my nobility, I don't have to do it. It surprised me. So they realized the greatness of Baron Orman Tagge.
As Ryan Roger likes to call you.
Mm-hmm. And a few others. Duncock used to call me that at first.
It says Iger endorsed tomorrow as his successor, citing his understanding of both the Disney brand and its audiences. Tomorrow is an exceptional leader and the right person to become our next CEO, Iger said. He has an instinctive appreciation of the Disney brand and a deep understanding of what resonates with our audiences. Now, what I do know is since Josh Tomorrow did run the Disney Parks and Experience section, there were cast members who actually did like him because he listened to them.
Mm-hmm.
Whether it meant anything to Tomorrow's bosses, that's another thing.
Mm-hmm. But I like that at least. That's a good sign right there that he seems to have honor.
Well, it is possible to be in management and truly be for your employees, and you still not be able to do anything.
Yeah.
But you're taking the time, and
right.
There's not many do.
No, but at least he
zip your lip and do your job.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, it says paired with the rigor and attention to detail required to deliver some of our most ambitious projects. It says Josh Tomorrow's rise to Disney CEO. Tomorrow has led Disney's experiences segment since 2020, overseeing theme parks, and that was the same division Bob Chapek oversaw before he was named CEO.
Mm-hmm.
Overseeing theme parks, resorts, cruise lines, consumer products, and Imagineering. Under his leadership, the segment became Disney's largest business unit, generating $36 billion in revenue in fiscal year 2025 and employing approximately 185,000 cast members worldwide. However, his tenure has also been marked by growing controversy among longtime Disney Parks fans. The rollout of paid Fast Pass system replaced once included conveniences that increasingly complex pay to skip options, fundamentally changing the guest experience. Now, what they used to have is their lightning lane, and with their Fast Pass that they had for the different rides, you would select the ride that you wanted to be on and select the time. And as long as that time was available, you had a spot to go into the Fast Pass lane. And then they decided, we're going to charge for this. We're going to charge you, maybe $15 at first, and then it's just going to go up and up and up, just so you can cut the line.
That's why I bring the gardener. They stand in line for me. Before we continue on, I'm going to call you PETA from now on, because I think it is apt because of what PETA stands for. What the hell is this?
Am I still here?
You're still here.
Okay. No, it just said my Wi-Fi was disconnected, and then it reconnected me, and I was very surprised to see the stream still going. So I had to make sure I was still connected.
Has anyone seen Padawannabe?
Yeah, he's still here. The only one who hasn't been able to come back yet is Jace.
Wait, bro. I see you. He looks older than me.
And it goes on.
I have more gray.
I'm catching up big time. My beard's really gray.
It goes on to say several beloved park perks were eliminated altogether. Most notably, Disney's Magical Express Airport Transportation Service, which was operated by a company named Mears. And basically, you got on a coach bus, and depending on which resort you stayed at, you would get on the appropriate coach bus that would take you to your resort. Not only would they help deliver your luggage to your room, but they would also store your luggage for the day that you had to leave and already send it to the airport. So you had, a few less hassles.
Now it's the Uber Black Lane.
And now the company that they used to contract with for Disney's Magical Express Mirrors, they still have the service, but you had to pay. Last I looked, it was $25. I don't know what it might be now.
God dang.
But it's you got to pay each way, basically. And
it's not cheap anyway to stay in the hotels. It's very luxury. I mean, jeez.
And the thing is, when you were at the resorts, you could already check in for the airport. So that's another headache off your hands of trying to do your pre-check-in and just be able to check in your luggage and have them put it on the bus, send it to the airport, and by the time you got to your destination and got to the baggage terminal, there was your luggage for you.
Well, that was, if I remember right, that was a pretty big promotion, them doing that kind of stuff. Because weren't there planes that had the Mickey ears on them?
There were some planes that were decked out in Disney paraphernalia, like the Star Wars planes, for example. And
that's I guess that stuff is just I don't get it.
So it was a Mickey Mouse airline, so a Spirit Air.
Oh yeah, I think Southwest had some planes that were done up.
Southwest was. Yeah, they had some special contract going on for a while.
Yeah. And it says not only can you rent a car, but you can rent a plane. You just gotta learn how to fly. What does this button do? You just dumped all the shit. Oops.
Oh yeah, all the pilots are getting their hours. Trainee, please keep your distance in the rear. New driver.
And Tommy says they always think the average person wants to go to a resort. I never have, and I always thought resorts were stupid.
Well, I will say this about Disney, because and this is my own kind of, and it could be a lot of people's thinking. I'm kind of thinking of me and mine. Like, yeah, if you live farther away from Disneyland, it's harder to get to. Not really thinking that like probably more than 50% of their business is like tourism. You know, I mean,
Yeah.
Disneyland is regarded much higher in other countries than we regard it here. So, and that when you start grasping the numbers like that, it's like, oh, well, that's why all this, it's almost like they had the stuff for us, but it's not for us. You know, it's like, because I've always looked at, I lived in California and it was always a drive. We would just drive down. We had relatives.
Yeah, I lived in the San Diego area, so we would always drive up to Orange County to go to Disneyland.
But it was a one-day thing.
Too was, and you know this too, Padawannabe, if you were a California resident, you got in, especially at one point when they were celebrating their 35th anniversary at Disneyland for $35.
Oh, I don't know if I remember that. Gosh. I did go way more when I did not remember. I lived a lot closer to Anaheim when I was preschool before that. But I only remember a few times, probably maybe a half dozen that I can remember.
Padawannabe still remembers that time, that exciting moment that Minnie Mouse gave him a lap dance.
Oh, that red polka dot dress! My goodness.
The reason why I know
your motor running.
Probably
Keeps
got
my
her
wheels
excited because
squeaking.
he had the cheese.
Hey, I got the cheese, baby.
But the reason why I also the reason why
Padawannabe's going, I can just grab those ears and
Go to
the
town.
reason why I know a lot of this information is, one, having done research, but two, having done the research for when my sister and I went 6 years ago, and we had to save our money, and we had to really pick and choose. Okay, what do you not want to do? What do you actually want to do? It wasn't something that we decided, okay, we're going to go on a whim and we're going to go to Disney World. No. Took a lot of planning, took a lot of saving.
Well, even if you want to eat, you got to work that in, because it's not like fast food. You know, I mean,
the closest
get
to
in
fast
another
food
line.
is their quick service, but I mean,
yeah, you're still.
You really got to decide. You know, these are the prices. You know,
and the amount of money
are you willing to spend?
Do we want to stay in the hotel or do we want to eat this weekend?
Yeah, do you want to stay on property or do you want to stay on property, which would be cheaper? Not in every case, but in most cases, it would be cheaper. And you know, even taking
is like 3 miles away.
Even taking transportation, you're on Disney property at one of the hotels. You could take one of the buses, but you also got to consider Uber, Lyft, and Disney's own service minivans provided by Lyft. And
I remember my transportation, flip-flops.
Penny, great to see you tonight. I hope you have a good night, and I hope you and the grandbabies stay safe.
Yeah, you take care. It's good to see you again.
And Tommy says, at one point, Chief Fucks at Disney here in Florida removed the resident discount. Yeah, I heard about that.
So I don't even understand those kind of things. Like, why would they eliminate something like that? I just don't get it.
Yeah, because they're the ones.
Absolute greed.
Give you money.
Or they're just like I was kind of saying, it's for us, but it's not for us anymore. You know, it's like we're definitely, if you can't afford it, you can't come.
Well, that's definitely the attitude that they have now. Is we only want a certain demographic here. We only want a certain group of people here that make a certain amount of money to our park. That's why people are flocking to Universal.
Take us off Groupon. We're off that. Get us off.
Well, why do you think Universal's doing so well, especially, with that new park they opened and, having the Harry Potter area, the Super Mario Brother area that's in that new park?
Hey,
It's
let's not
because-
forget that excellent Star Trek Enterprise D tour they got.
That was at Universal Hollywood, but I get your point. And I mean, I'm sorry. When I first saw that, I was thinking, okay. And then I saw when they got to engineering, I'm going, really? Really?
Yeah, the sets on the classic Doctor Who looked better. The walls didn't shake as much.
Yeah. But it says perhaps the most divisive has been the removal of legacy attractions and park spaces. Under Tomorrow's leadership, Disney moved forward with decisions that resulted in the closure or destruction of long-standing offerings such as Muppet Vision's 3D. Muppet Vision 3D, the last project Jim Henson himself worked on.
When was it?
That was back in 90.
That long? 1990 even? Wow.
Yeah.
How stupid can you be?
Well, we used to have red and blue cardboard glasses to watch 3D.
Yeah, they were awesome.
Yeah.
Then you'd get those same
some comics
glasses.
we need to bring.
Get those same glasses as decoder glasses to read the message on the back of the Cracker Jack box.
And it's good to see the Godzillionaire who says, watch, tomorrow is going to tank the company and Iger will return for round 3. I wouldn't put it past him, Godzillionaire.
No.
But yeah,
That's why
how could you get rid of the last project that Jim Henson worked on? Oh, because it's outdated. I don't care. It's the last project that Jim Henson himself had his fingerprints on. You don't get rid of something like that. You want to honor the Muppets legacy, the IP of the Muppets, IP that you own, you keep that which the original creator had his hands in.
The thing is, though, look how they've treated the Muppets. Of course they get rid of it.
They don't know what they're doing with the Muppets, and now they're bringing back the Muppet Show with Seth Rogen involved. I don't think it's going to be any good.
And you know how to work the Muppets right anymore. It's not, the puppetry is not what it was. It just isn't. I mean,
no, Kermit's voice, it's not Kermit.
Yeah. Is it?
This is Kermit the Frog here.
Is it worse than when we got the new Looney Tunes?
I think it's just as bad.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, look at it this way, Pat, I want to be. You listen to Mel Blanc when he did characters like Daffy Duck, Bugs Bunny, Yosemite Sam. And also, let's throw in Taz.
He really farted there, folks.
It takes a lot of energy to make those noises.
It does.
Mel Blanc had that energy, but you listen to the characters that he voiced for Looney Tunes, especially how they sounded when he was doing the voices. Then you hear other people. Yeah, they can get close, but they're not exactly Mel Blanc. And I know nobody can beat Mel Blanc.
And even when they cast the new people, they didn't even cast the best people at those voices even.
No.
You know, it's like
there was a time though they did get some people in there that were really, really good, but just like they had that guy that could do Kermit really good, they fired him for whatever reason.
But there's several. I mean, we even know comedians and impersonations and comic people that can do these voices. And of course
Kevin Pollak.
there's how many, yeah, exactly. How many actors even have kind of this in their back pocket that they can do some characters amazingly well. So do I think there's people just randomly in the world? Hell yeah, I do. Of course there are. Those people, they don't, yeah, I do voices, but I've never had an opportunity or thought of doing voice. And he he works a steamroller or something, you know? I mean,
Well,
so they didn't have like the super wide casting calls is all I meant. It's like, God, there were so many people that they could have really tried to reach out to. So I could only imagine how this new thing's going. I have heard even some of the new voices for like the Sesame Street, and it's like, whoa.
Yeah, Big Bird doesn't sound the same.
Oscar
the Grouch doesn't sound the same.
Yeah, it's really. But if it's a new generation, you don't know. Only we know. You know what I mean?
None of they show the old stuff, but the thing is sometimes they mix the old stuff with the new stuff, so it can be jarring.
But you know, how familiar we all were with Jim Henson's voice as Kermit, as Swedish Chef, as Rolf the dog, and then you hear these other versions, and it's like this doesn't work. At least Steve Whitmire, when he was doing his Kermit, he tried to get some of Jim Henson's voice inflections. Yeah, you can still tell it was a different person, but at least he tried.
You gotta, I mean, study, get, because the inflections are really what those impersonators say are the thing. They're like, you got to get the things that they do subtly and bring those out, because then it really sells. But they're doing voiceover stuff, so all the inflections are very over the top, and so.
And in the case of the Muppets, not only are they doing the voices, they're also doing the puppeteering.
Yeah, that's.
I mean, when you hear Jim Henson saying Kermit the Frog here, it goes from a low pitch to a high pitch.
Well, let's not forget also, they'd be out there and they'd voice two characters, but they can only puppeteer one.
Well, isn't that why you would have?
That's why you had.
Didn't they do like the two mic tricks and things like that? Because I remember, wasn't it the Muppet Show, one of the first ones where they could actually stand, like for the first time while working the puppets? Like they actually made enough room. Because like Yoda, they were like laying down, weren't they? Most of the time when they're doing these puppet things, they're laying.
Yeah, I think it depends on where they were on the set, but they tried to make it as comfortable as possible for Frank Oz.
Because I know the Muppet Show's like the production. It's like, well, we can actually build around what we're doing, but I just don't know if they actually did that. If it was a soundstage for puppeteers, you know what I mean? There'd be a lot of hidden alleys and things.
Well, think about it. You can see the puppets within camera view, but in the meantime, the puppeteers are not only voicing the puppets, they're also controlling the puppets and looking into monitors to make sure that they're looking at the camera.
Or where there's
like, could you imagine doing the Oscar the Grouch and you have to reach up this tube and still see work this thing, and I'm sure they're using black and white. What is it? CRT TV, CBT? What are they? The old school ones, the little tiny 6-inch monitors.
Yeah, exactly. I've seen it. Yeah,
just sweat in their eyes, just so hard. So
just like they did with Jabba. Just like they did with Jabba. I mean, there's like 4 people that was in Jabba. At the very end, you had a little person in the back there that would take care of the. Not only did he take care of the tail, but he was the one that was
that little guy,
the
right?
little tube. He was hooked up to the tube, so if blowing out the smoke, he was the one that was blowing out the smoke.
Oh, had him vaping down there.
And Godzilla says puppeteering and practical effects is a lost art. No, all we get is 100% CGI green screen slop, and it doesn't even look any good. Godzilla there.
No.
True, but that's why we got the what is it? The Puppet Mafia? No, what do they call themselves?
Cotton.
What, the
Cotton
Cotton
Corner.
Connection?
Cotton Corner. Cotton Connection. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Snowdub in the
Yes.
game.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Because I remember when they were all starting, and it was trying to kind of bring back this dying media form, or keep it alive. And they really do well. I mean, they do really well.
I haven't been by Snowdub's channel in a long while, but I know he's kicking ass over there.
Well, and they do well enough that people who aren't in their, I can't say in their circle, but doing their content, they like, how many of them host out? You know what I mean? Like, so many of them visit other stations as their Cotton persona. It's so great.
Yeah. I know Punkwaddle's been on there quite frequently.
God, man,
EJ's been on there.
Maybe I'll have to check Punkwall. God, you said that, and I just realized I haven't got.
Yeah, I haven't seen him in a while.
Him for a while.
I hope he's doing okay. Godzilla there. I know you're aware of who Punkwaddle is. I mean, we all used to see each other on the same channels, and I just hope Punkwaddle's okay.
Yeah. Because we're still trying to get that Penguin Dome going between him and
Lowspec.
I thought I'd seen Punkwaddle somewhere recently.
Well, if you did, hopefully you did.
It was
he's doing well.
It was either on Loki's channel or Steven's.
And that very well could be. I just haven't seen any of his ponderances lately. Not getting those notifications. I'll have to check and make sure everything's set correctly.
And that's the thing too. It could be where you're not getting the notifications at all, and he's still publishing. I don't know. I haven't seen anything either.
Yeah.
Check to make sure you're still subscribed.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do right now.
But getting back to this article, he's gotten rid of long-standing offerings like Muppet Visions 3D, Tom Sawyer Island, and the Rivers of America. Locations that carry significant historical and emotional weight for fans. Yeah, they're putting a Cars Land and the Villains Land and something else in there where Tom Sawyer's Island used to be in the Rivers of America. So you can no longer go on the steamboat, which was called the Libertyville, and take a nice relaxing tour.
Yes, but it's because it's racist.
It says, while tomorrow has championed aggressive global expansion, franchise-driven lands, and immersive technology forward experiences, critics argue that these moves often come at the expense of charm, accessibility, and the company's creative heritage. That's because they have no creativity anymore.
No.
His elevation to Disney CEO signals continuity rather than disruption, with a clear emphasis on operational execution and monetization following years of internal instability. And it goes on to talk about Dana Walden and her expanded creative authority. It says that her new role as president and chief creative officer represents a major consolidation of creative power within Disney. Reporting directly to Tomorrow, Walden will oversee creative strategy across film, television, streaming, and media operations. However, her appointment has drawn mixed reactions. Under Walden's leadership, Disney's streaming division has struggled to achieve sustained profitability despite massive content spending. Disney Plus has faced subscriber volatility, cost-cutting measures, and repeated strategic shifts, raising questions about long-term direction. Well, it's never really been a success.
No.
Run those servers off diesel and save some cost.
Walden was you got Hulu and all that stuff. Just combine them all together. That'll save you. I'm serious.
Well, they got rid of Hulu. They put it under the Disney Plus brand instead of doing the opposite. Okay, let's take Disney Plus and all the programming and put it under Hulu. At least something that is successful.
And the
Right.
ESPN stuff's like barely there. You do
So
not
let's
have
start
much
it.
access.
So let's start another ESPN channel.
Well, I'm curious on something you mentioned in this last article, last paragraph of this, because they said like you were mentioning the creativity, and it's like, well, I hate to say, but they kind of did it to themselves by telling everybody don't consume the old content. Like,
Right.
don't watch it, don't read it, even our own stuff. We don't need to know it.
Mhm.
And
And
how many
you
times were
better
we
not
hearing
listen to Zippity Doodah. Oh no.
and how many times were people questioning anybody's experience? Like, how'd this person get a movie? They've done 2 movies. How'd they get a head writer? They've not done anything. You know, there were so many instances of that across their whole thing, you know. Pick an IP, but it's the whole Disney umbrella, you know.
Mhm.
It just
Right.
and it's just trickling down, you know. They haven't changed their economics, so it's still trickling down, and now it's into their streaming because they've abandoned hard copy. They've abandoned that revenue stream, you know. So
Yeah, you would think that they would release shows like The Mandalorian onto Blu-ray and DVD, or
it doesn't make
any of the Marvel shows. But you want to know why they don't release it, Padawannabe? You want to know why they don't release it to everybody? Because they want you to subscribe to their service.
Well, yeah,
That's the
I
only way
understand
you're going to
that.
see it.
I get it. But I always wanted the hard copy because you always got more.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
You
Got the
always
bonus
got
behind
more.
the scenes.
You know,
Yeah.
but even their shows that did rather well. You know, Bad Batch wasn't Clone Wars and wasn't Rebels, but it still did pretty good. You know, and there I forget the one. I watched them all. Gosh darn, I can't remember the one. Skeleton Crew. It did rather well, but again, like we said, they failed to merchandise they failed to really take those money making steps. They're like, we put it out, there you go. Suck it up.
Your favorite
It's like-
was Star Wars
You can
Resistance.
only That's okay. That's the one that I have not gotten to. I tried to watch a little bit and I was like, I don't know if I can handle this animation style, and I just
Mhm.
went away from it and I never got back to it.
Yeah, I tried watching it.
But a lot of people said I wasn't missing anything, so I'm like,
No.
Poe, I wanted to be invested in his character, and that by the time the end of everything, I was just like, I don't care as much.
They ruined that character anyways. So.
Yeah, I'm more
Yeah,
interested
in The Last
Dash
Jedi,
Rendar.
when he goes up to the First Order, and
Just-
tries that little comedy sketch like ding dong, hey, yeah, we're kind of here, and yeah, you need to leave and all that. No, that took me out of The Last Jedi.
Because I mean, they made me hopeful, and then it's like, you kind of, we all know what they did.
They fumbled. They
the fumble. Yeah, they dropped the ball, and you need clear vision, and they haven't had it for anything. No. Everything's, even if the vision is this, it got leaked, we're changing the vision, and so I don't.
And it says here about Walden that she was widely seen as Bob Iger's preferred successor for Disney's CEO role, yet industry observers have long suggested her candidacy faced challenges beyond performance. Critics pointed to her close political ties, including her friendship with former Vice President, Kamala Harris. We would have had a Kamala Harris as Disney CEO. Don't you see how great that would have been, guys?
We have been unburdened by what has been.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And Godzilla says the vision was print money. They didn't think they had to make anything of quality. Yeah, money with the money that they were actually losing is what they were printing it with. Kennedy killed Walden's CEO chances. If she'd not killed Star Wars, Walden would have got it. Yeah. Good
They
point.
just had to keep. You only need so many nails in the coffin.
Yep. But her friendship with former Vice President Kamala Harris as a potential liability at a time when Disney's relationship with government leadership has already proven volatile. With President Trump back in office, some argue that elevating a politically connected executive to the CEO role could have intensified regulatory and public scrutiny. Despite those concerns, Iger publicly praised Walden's leadership. Dana Walden is an excellent leader who commands tremendous respect from the creative community, he said. Oh, that's in Bob Iger's words. I would love to hear from her compatriots what they actually have to say.
Yeah. Your words, not mine.
It says, no, it sounds like he's filing his nails.
Maybe
I'm sorry.
Fangs. I think it's fangs.
What this means for Disney, with Josh D'Amaro stepping in as you're okay, Padawan, as Disney CEO.
Using you, you're our cash today.
As Disney CEO next month, and Dana Walden assuming centralized creative control, Disney's leadership transition is no longer theoretical; it is imminent. The company is now placing its future in the hands of executives shaped by Disney parks, franchise expansion, and a rapidly evolving, entertainment landscape. Whether this marks a meaningful course correction or simply the next phase of the same strategy remains to be seen. It's going to be more the latter, in my opinion. That's the gut feeling I'm getting. But one thing is clear. The Disney CEO transition is happening now. How do you feel about Josh D'Amaro as the next CEO? Oh, you mean the next Disney puppet? No, that's exactly what he's going to be, unfortunately. And he may be well qualified to lead the company.
Yeah.
If there wasn't a puppet master.
Here's your celibacy ring.
I mean, even some of the stuff that he did with the parks that they're unhappy with, was that truly his, or was he forced to do that?
Yeah, that could have been a directive from up top, and they told him, you're going to do this. And if he wants the CEO position, what is he going to do? Is he going to defy orders, or is he going to say, yes, sir, yes, sir, yes, ma'am?
But, I kind of find this interesting that they're all leaving now. Kathleen Kennedy, okay, time to go. Iger, yeah, I'm going to go. I'm going to be like advisoring, whatever. But again, it starts bringing questions. What's going on?
Yeah,
that's too much change.
You think something's up?
I think it's too much change for them to deal with without these other people, and they're like, they don't want to deal with the next person.
They just probably are finally cutting loose after realizing the hammer is going to fall at some point. That's the only thing it tells me. And it's like the funny thing about Disney is they got so many business divisions. Now you're asking a guy to oversee everything and an accountant to look at a division she has no expertise in. And as far as like, okay, you want more profitability out of your creative division? Well, start with a thing called profit margin. I thought being an accountant, you would know what a profit margin happens to be. And
our shareholders won't like this. No, they won't.
So what are you trying to say here, Lester? Are you trying to sit back and say that she won't be unburdened by what has been?
Well, all I'm saying, I don't know what creativity she can stoke up. I mean, I know enough bookkeeping to be dangerous, but is that the kind of creativity the creative division is needing. I suppose if they want to push their agenda, okay, maybe she's the right person for the job. If that's the only because you got to make the numbers look good. Because if I remember any of the earnings calls I listened in on through the various channels on the tube, Bob used to talk about the balance sheet, the balance sheet, the balance sheet. Yeah, that's only one report out of however many reports a business likes to run. There's another one, profit and loss. What is the main number? Net income.
Yep, not the gross. Net.
Go ahead, Baron.
No, I'm just saying that's the thing. Net gross. Net.
And it's like, are you not following what the other streamers are doing? You know, I don't know if you've gotten it, but I've gotten those, hey, your subscription is coming, renewal is coming up. Oh, by the way, there's a shift in what it's going to cost. Usually that shift can be upward. And
You see it all the time. Netflix, Disney Plus, HBO Max, you see it. They keep raising the prices.
At the same time, with a recent foray into door-to-door sales, it's as though Disney doesn't know what its priorities are going to be. Because when you think about the prioritization, you're either looking at branding and brand loyalty, or are you going to make a profit? And yes, is there a chance you can blend the two with one taking priority over the other, or is saying, hey, our profitability or our brand loyalty will lead to greater profitability? And this is where Disney's mindset is getting skewed, because they think by incentivizing people to sign up for their services with the hope, and I think Valiant Renegade or whoever laid the commentary, people are just going to aimlessly watch and binge their subscriptions without realizing, oh crud, my free trial package is about to come to an end. And then now you're on the money hook, right? So it's one of those things that what are you looking for? Is it the margins or is it the signups, the sheer number of subscribers you've got, your base? It doesn't matter if any of the shows we make have viewer counts. We just want people to sign up for our services, and we want to be the name everybody looks to. And that's what they're banking on. And I would have to say that's what they've been banking on, in terms of, hey, we're living off of the name Disney because every parent and their child are going to look to at least one Disney property. Although it's funny, you guys made the comment, hey, they don't want us looking at the old stuff. Well, I'm sorry. My sister shows my nephew, her son, the old stuff, and then she goes from there. When they did make quality stuff, I know my niece was into the whole Encanto, I think is the name of the, and then Frozen before that. She's drawn to the Disney princesses, so
which is understandable. She's at a certain age.
Yep. But see, that's the bridge to build the brand loyalty. Because once they got them hooked, it doesn't matter what other stuff they peddle out there. That, oh, it's Star Wars. They think it's going to be an immediate cash cow.
Right.
And that's why, when you talked about the others in the other segment about Starfleet Academy, I checked out a Star Trek maybe after Enterprise. But even by then, I wasn't really glued. Because I think in terms for me, these properties are about phases in my life. It's not like, oh, I gotta look at the new He-Man. I am old enough to say, man, He-Man was my childhood. Now, will I watch a He-Man thing just for kicks and giggles? Probably, but it's not something that I'll say, I gotta watch that movie. Mario Brothers.
I gotta go see it the day it comes out in the theaters and yell out loud at the top of my lungs by the power of Grayskull.
But I don't need, like, the only reason why I watched the Super Mario Brothers movie is to see if they actually hit the ball out of the park. And thankfully they did.
Yeah, they did. It was a very well done movie.
But say, for example, the Street Fighter movie coming out, I have a 4K of the 94 animated movie, and that's all the Street Fighter I need. Now, if I want a guilty pleasure and watch the Van Damme one for one line or two, I'll probably find that somewhere online. I don't want to copy, but do I want to see this installment of Street Fighter coming out? I don't know when it's coming out, if it's coming out.
I gotta watch it. I gotta watch it.
About that
ridiculousness.
The only thing I liked about that 94 Street Fighter movie was Raul Julia.
Raul Julia.
Yeah.
Master. Oh my
He will
God.
never do wrong in a film.
For me, it was a Tuesday.
But all I'm saying about that is, as far as Disney goes, that's what they're banking on, and that's what they banked on. And they think it won't matter. They won't matter whatever it is they decide to roll out. They've got them in their pockets. And that's what one thing I heard from one of my old professors who tried to have Jerry Brown visit one of his classes back in the day. And Jerry Brown says, why? I got them in my pockets already. And that's what made my professor shift allegiances when he did. So it's the same idea.
Moonbeam.
It's the same thing with Disney. They've got the kids in their pockets. That's the power of the Disney brand. So to think these appointments will do anything revolutionary based on what Iger has put out there in a written statement? No. Waldron, what leadership? As much as I don't like the numbers, the results have to count for something. Like, what discernible metric did they hit to show we've outdone the competition? And I'm sorry, but all these earning calls, they're just all spin shows. That's all they are. So I don't think these appointments are going to really make Disney turn the corner. That's kind of come and gone, and because they don't rely on profitability, they rely on people just giving them their money. That's their profit model. They want to call it that, because I don't know when the board. I don't know when the shareholders are going to have their vote. Even if they did, I don't know what weight their vote has. They can't really evoke any kind of real change for the better. I mean, it's like we're the ones crying wolf because they're not going to listen to it. It doesn't matter
That's the unfortunate thing. They're not going to listen to the average person. They don't care what we think.
Yeah. Again,
no, they don't. Even though we're the customer.
Well, because they've already got their target demographic. The target demographic has. What's that?
And they're losing them.
I don't know about them losing them. They figure as long as we got one. As long
I would say they are losing them. Yeah, they've had a couple of movies that have crossed the $1 billion mark, but there are other movies that they've released in the theaters haven't been doing so well.
yeah, and to tomorrow's credit, people are still going to the parks. That's been their. If the scuttlebutt is right, that the bulk of their money comes from the parks, and yeah, there's been declines, but I talked to my sister and she goes, I still prefer Disneyland over Universal Studios.
Yeah. But I also want to bring Tommy's point back up too. He finds it hilarious how investors, as well as most of these companies, love losing money.
Well, it's funny. It's funny being around the NFL scuttlebutt about salary cap. A lot of the pundits, former players, will talk about all of these owners. They're just a lot of the money they have is monopoly money. So in the same ways, I don't know how much these investors really have in their capital, but would I be surprised if a lot of what they throw out is what they would call monopoly money? I likely wouldn't be surprised because for them, they've got their stash, and their role is probably just making the change they wanted to make because I don't know, in some former life they were quasi losers depending on who you're talking to, and now they want to. Yeah, go ahead.
I said no, they still are.
Yeah, but they're the ones with the stash. If you know what I mean. They got the money.
Yeah,
and they control the purse, and they try to control the narrative.
The thing is this would work with these two if they would enact basically bring back the fact that she's Roy Disney, the money person, and he's Walt Disney, and he goes out there with the dreams, and she's the one that tells her how fiscally feasible it is.
Yeah,
that's the only way this would work. That's the only creativity she needs. He's got to be the one with all the creativity. She's got to be the money creativity. And that's if you go back to the old way that that Disney got to start because there was
because Roy was the CEO of Disney, not Walt.
And some of the ideas that Walt had just drove him crazy, but Walt would win on a lot of that.
Well, they've kind of shot themselves in the foot when they, and I didn't know this until recently. A lot of what we saw were all subsidiaries of Disney, and then they just toss them out because they wanted the Disney name to be front and center versus Miramax, Touchstone. I forgot what other subsidiary companies they put. They're more adult themed, not that adult theme, but you know what I mean.
I might be wrong. I think Dimension was one of the other ones.
Okay, yeah, I was thinking Dimension too. But you know what I mean. They were able to get away. It's funny how I don't like talking about the politics, but it is interesting that we've let companies get away with degrees of monopoly that, on one side, we may cry about that monopolization, but on another side of our head, we kind of enjoy that. Or I don't know what it is, but to know that Disney had their hands on 4, 3, however many subsidiary film companies, and we were making them the dough because they can they can say, hey, filmmaker A, make your more mature film, and we'll make bank together, kind of thing. Whereas we just go, hey, that's a good movie. I didn't know it was a Disney thing. I should have paid more to the fine print when I was younger. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, you had Buena Vista, which was the television division of Disney.
Yeah.
Disney itself, and then when Eisner came in, he started Touchstone for having more, adult fare films. That way, it wasn't
That's
fully
how
associated
Who
with
Framed
Disney.
Roger Rabbit was released through Touchstone.
Right. And, that was kind of the indicator saying, yeah, this is Disney, but this is not necessarily a Disney film you take kids to. And they what was it? Stakeout was another one, which I thought was a great
Also,
film.
another subsidiary of them was Hollywood Pictures.
Yeah. Hollywood Pictures. Forgot about that one.
I'm sorry, it popped in my head, so that's why I said it.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, I can't know everything. That's why I got you.
Well, I can't know everything, and that's why we have Cash. But Cash isn't here, so
Yeah, I'm cleaning the fridge out. You guys were complaining about my kale and tofu stinking up.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna.
Real quick, does anyone else have anything they'd like to add about Josh tomorrow becoming the new CEO of Disney?
I think it's garbage in, garbage out.
With the big changes, do you think they get away from their live action?
I'm hearing a lot of static.
That's not for me because I can hear it.
Is it me?
I don't know.
I think it was. Let me try to narrow it down here.
It sounds like I'm trying to tune in.
It sounds like it's coming from you, Helion.
Okay.
What you could try to do is pop out and then pop back in.
Yeah.
I was just curious, with so much leadership changing, do you think this will change Disney's plan, or are they going to stick with the live action? Is that just in motion regardless of who's?
Well, remember the important statement that they had in this article. Iger is still there. Iger is going to be there until quote unquote the end of the year. Yeah, quote unquote. Which take with a grain of salt.
So if they have a good year, he comes back in some new position.
Well, the funny thing is, it says the first statement made me go, effective next month. A lot can happen within next month.
Mm-hmm.
Within the next month, a lot can happen.
Right. And I've said,
yeah,
I said that. I mean, we might see something huge happen at Disney. That will shock all of us, and I'm still waiting for that. And it can happen overnight, literally. I mean, Kennedy dropping out like this, Iger taking a step back, obviously doing that so he doesn't get much blame or whatever, and he still has his golden parachute. I'm sure Kathleen Kennedy has hers. So they can go back and count their money as they giggle about how they destroyed this company. And on the fact that we're too stupid to see their vision.
Well, I mean, according to some reports I saw, Kathleen Kennedy was blaming the failures of Star Wars on bigots and misogynists. Well,
yeah, still the same old. Yeah,
it's funny how she puts that. She thinks it's a one-sided problem, having it dependent upon chromosome arrangements. But we've seen enough. It affects both chromosome types, meaning the secitude. The secitude affects both chromosomes.
Yeah. Well, yeah, exactly. It's stupidity is not just it's not just a gender thing. It's a universal thing. I mean, just watch a squirrel sometimes.
But does anyone else have anything to say before we move to our last few stories? I'm just going to go through the next one very quickly, and then we'll take a look at the trailer for the new Michael Jackson biopic.
Oh, I'm still going to call you PETA from now on, Helion. I like that. PITA. Yeah. I like that. I'm jealous he came up with that, and I didn't. Jealous, I tell you.
So once again, does anyone else have anything they'd like to add?
Nope. not for me.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting ride. I'm sure we'll be talking about this very soon and some of the repercussions.
Oh, I'm sure we will. But, you know, I don't know about you guys, but I'm kind of hungry.
Really?
And you know what I'm craving? I'm
What?
craving some pizza.
Pizza.
Yeah. And you know what? I'm thinking about going to the movies and getting some pizza while I watch this
Pizza?
movie.
Respect my pizza privacy.
Cowabunga! TMNT 2, The Secret of the Ooze, also known as Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 2, The Secret of the Ooze, returns to theaters for its 35th anniversary. And it's not just returning to theaters, it's also going to be in 4K.
Woo!
Michelangelo, Leonardo, Donatello, and Raphael in 4K.
Awesome possum sauce. The best turtle film. The best turtle film ever made.
And Tommy has some real good advice here. Never take your health for granted.
Yeah. Our back, our neck, your sanity.
But Tommy, how are you feeling since you got back home? Let me know in the chat.
Yeah. Definitely.
But yes, and yes, grab your pizza like Michelangelo has there in this scene from Ninja Turtles in April's apartment.
And to think
Tommy
I was
says
just about to order a pizza right now.
Tommy says he's feeling much better. Awesome, brother.
Great to hear. I'm thinking about ordering an April O'Neil right now.
Oh,
Which one? Judith Hogue or Paige Torko?
ooh, that's a tough one.
Yeah, maybe just do a flip of a coin and hope that it ends on the edge so both come.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh, that's my plan.
Yeah. You can't rush it, Tommy. You got to take your time, brother.
Yeah. That's what I'm telling the long suffering that she's going through her crap that she's got right now. It's like, this is going to take time. Yeah.
But Cowabunga, first announced in August, Panda Entertainment, Saga Arts, and Warner Brothers Pictures are bringing Turtle Mania back to the big screen as Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 2, The Secret of the Ooze gets a nationwide theatrical re-release. Gets even better. But March 13th.
Why is the Ooze coming from Cash's house?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Okay, just wondering. Back to you, Mike.
From March 13th to the 19th, fans can relive the bodacious 1991 sequel in stunning 4K for the first time in theaters. Backed by bodacious demand. Totally radical.
Well, I can't wait for them to do the third film. That's the best.
No, Baron.
Turtles in time.
Hey, speaking of which, TJ, are you still here with yours?
He might be lurking.
What's the matter? Am I not turtly enough for your turtle club?
Turtle.
I like turtles.
I know you do.
Might do turtley for the turtle club.
Yeah, and we're still turtle soup, so.
A week-long turtle celebration following last year's successful Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 35th anniversary event, which expanded to a 4-week run and grossed nearly $3.7 million. Fathom is back with another shell-tastic offering.
Oh, come on. Another fun.
I know I went and watched this on my birthday. I just bet.
I remember going to the theater to see this.
March 2291.
I remember going down to my local video store and buying a copy.
Ooh. Oh, one of the used ones? Or did they have,
I
one of
definitely have.
Oh,
I
it was
definitely
used.
have a VHS. I definitely have a VHS.
How many of us did that? Buy the used ones.
This 1 week engagement celebrates the secret of the Ooze, giving old school fans and new audiences alike a chance to experience the Turtles' second live action adventure on the big screen. Make sure you have your pizza.
Find a theater that serves pizza. Or order one. Like the pizza, the pizza hut guy comes in. Yeah, where's seat A4? And someone ordered a pizza down there.
Ernie Reyes
Raphael.
Jr.
Is there a Raphael who ordered a pizza?
I was just happy to see Ernie Reyes Jr. again. I really liked him when I was growing up.
Who was actually the stunt performer in the Donatello in the first one?
Yeah, I know, but he actually gets a part in the second one.
Yes, Kino.
Yeah, the delivery guy.
So it says exclusive new trailer and featurette revealed. Yes, the delivery guy, the one who actually gives April a hard time. You know, you order an awful lot.
Yeah. He's like, how do you keep your figure? I do not understand it. We have vegetarian, you know, right? See, and sorry, I was just gonna say the Turtles always did it right. They never ordered pineapple on pizza.
Yes.
Yeah.
Splinter made sure of that.
Get the dish of pineapple away from my pizza.
I'm gonna try to do my best Kevin Clash Splinter impression. Why did you order pineapple on this pizza? I thought we could use some fruit, dude. Give me 10 push-ups now.
To the meditation room now, Michelangelo.
Coinciding with the ticket on sale announcement, a brand new trailer teases the return of the sequel, along with a special bonus exclusive, never before seen featurette titled The Ninja Turtles Revolutions. This behind-the-scenes segment features TMNT co-creator Kevin Eastman reflecting on the evolution of the franchise, filmed at his personal drawing desk as he sketches through the legacy of the Turtles. And of course, it gives you an opportunity to watch it. We're not going to be watching it, but the link for this article is in the chat if anybody would like to. And of course, it says tickets are available now. Fans can grab their tickets now at Fathom Entertainment's website or at participating theater box offices. Let me check and see if my local theater is going to be showing it.
Laird and Eastman, right?
Yeah.
Were they still
Kevin
together
Eastman and
when
Peter Laird.
when the first films came out? They were still together, right?
They were. And then
it was just the recent stuff is when they parted ways.
Yeah.
Because the one wanted to keep the lore the same, and the other guy's like, nope, we're making money.
Well, guess what, dudes and dudettes? The Turtles will be at my local theater. Cowabunga. How much are they charging for tickets, though?
That's what keeps me from going to the theaters.
$15. Okay,
that's not bad.
I guess I'll have to put money aside and go see it. I mean, $15
the 4K
isn't bad
release.
to me.
Yeah,
is it all 4K
I'm
release?
not saying I'm going to get any concessions.
No pizza? No
Yeah,
nachos?
you know me too well. That's my go-to. Go to the theaters. Nachos.
Yeah, violates the popcorn agreement.
Oh, I still pick up popcorn every now and then. But what were you saying, Pat?
Is it only in 4K? Like, will I need to go to a 4K theater to see this, or is it just releasing also in 4K?
It's releasing in 4K, but I don't think you're going to have to go to a special 4K theater to go see it, Pat.
Okay, it says it's actually wow, really? It's at 3 theaters.
You just have to go to that special theater that doesn't have your picture hanging in the lobby saying, "Do not let this guy in."
Well, yeah, it's near me too. Maybe I wonder if my wife would go watch this with me. I don't
Maybe.
know. I don't know if I've ever talked to her about the turtles before.
Well, now it's time to broach the subject and all that. Break the news to her gently.
I do still have a few of those original. I got started giving people started giving me the turtle figures like every holiday. So I got some of the goofy ones like Pizza Spinning Michelangelo and Party Leonardo, Happy Birthday Leonardo. You know, they went. I mean, they're the only other like thing that went crazy like Star Wars did with their merchandise.
Right.
They had things that weren't even, it's like I've never even heard of this, but it could have been stuff from the comic books and everything. I don't know. I'm looking forward to this. I mean, we've all talked about TMNT so many times, and it's just like whatever you think, whatever mechanics, robotics they were using in the heads of these things is next level. It's still next level
Oh,
today. I
it
don't know
was-
why they're not using it more.
Well,
It was again Jim Henson and his company were involved with Teenage
But
Mutant Ninja Turtles.
whatever engineers they were using,
movie.
because those mouths moved like nothing. And but wasn't this also the same thing they used for that show Dinosaurs?
Yeah,
Kinda.
yeah, they
And
did the
this-
same
And
technology.
I mean, the forget the puppetry. The way the heads moved, like you believed these were characters. Even more, they were masters at the puppet stuff. But these things were, you
Not
really
only that,
believed it was talking to you. It was amazing.
You got to give credit to the actors in the suits.
That
Being
that's
able
true.
to convey the
Yeah.
emotion and what the
Mhm.
character was going through properly.
Yep.
And
Yeah.
It's a lot of body movement. It's not just, but them being able to make the like the eyebrows raise and even the mouth, so much enunciative movement in the mouth. You know, it's like I
Right.
did kind of believe they were doing the S's and the T sounds and the, you know,
Mhm.
so it was great.
Mhm.
Even
Yeah,
whatever you think of how good or bad these movies are, or cheesy, or whatever you think of them, so much credit there.
yeah. And one of the other reasons I want to go see Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 2: The Secret of the Ooze again in theaters. Yes, I have the movie at home. I can watch it at any time, but to see it in theaters again,
Right.
to see David Warner
Oh man.
Oh yeah.
as the professor, that one of the few times he actually played a good guy.
And this ability to be able to relive stuff though is so nice. Like I
Well,
never
that-
really thought of re-releases when I was growing up. Like, oh, it would have been cool to see that in the theater when it came out, but I couldn't. I was -5. You know, I mean, or
That's why
whatever.
it was so fun to go see Jaws in the theater
Ooh.
last year when it came out for its 50th.
hmm
Not having ever seen Jaws in the theater, always haven't seen it on TV, but not in a theater setting. It's different.
It is so different. Are you kidding? It's so different. It's like somebody going, "Oh yeah, I watched that on my phone. I've seen it." It's like you watched it. You haven't seen it. It's like Jimi Hendrix. You can hear Jimmy, but you don't listen to Jimmy.
Yeah. And Cash is the professor. Why do you think he bores us all to sleep?
Yeah, I was just want to sit back and let you know about this. Yeah, the third film is
Anyone?
the best one.
Anyone?
The ooze didn't come from my house either. I don't know what Baron is talking about. That goober.
It's
And
like
it
it
says
clearly flows around my house. It clearly flows around.
It says about Secret of the Ooze, released in 1991, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. The Secret of the Ooze picks up where the original left off, diving deeper into the mysterious mutagen that gave the Turtles their powers. The film is known for introducing fan favorite characters like Toka and Razar. Ugh,
and am I incorrect? Isn't this the film that gave us Ninja Rap?
yes, because it mentions it in his choreograph too, Padawannabe.
Okay.
I was young and naive, and I got down with it.
Oh,
Ninja,
Vanilla
go,
Ice.
Ninja, go,
He
go,
sprung
Ninja,
back so strong
go.
from that whole Queen controversy with this right here.
Ninja, rap. Go.
So
Oh.
I don't know. People like to say
Oh.
one hit wonder, but I don't know. This is
Ice
Oh.
baby.
If you could, if
Mike, that's not a song you play in Minneapolis right now.
Oh,
I found out the hard way.
if you can become a whiter rapper, this is what you get. Goes from Ice Baby to Ninja Rap.
But hey, folks, we got a movie to look forward to go see in the theaters this year.
Yeah, it's gonna be. I hope I can manage this. It's still a month away.
Yeah.
That's my birthday. Is that a weekend that it's coming out? Or is that a whole week?
Yeah. The 13th is a Friday, and it goes until that Thursday.
Okay, so my birthday might be on a weekend this year. What? Because it seemed like it just stopped right before my birthday, so I was like, "Oh, my birthday's probably on Tuesday."
And Helion says, "All right, stop, collaborate and listen. Bill Nice is back with a brand new edition."
Stop. Grab a hold of me tightly. Someone get a hold of me daily and nightly. Stop. No.
Yo.
Gosh, I remember going to 6th Street camp, and one of the camp counselors, he had a guitar, and there was one night we were sitting by the fire, we were telling stories, and he started playing, the song. Of course, it's also Super Freak, so you can you can make your choice. Is it Rick James or is it Vanilla Ice?
Rick James, bitch. Rick James.
I can't really do freestyle, but you guys at some point can. But
hippopotamus flows like oil and phosphorus, rocking up the top of this metropolis. The stars, stuff.
Believe it or not, I used to know all the words to Ice
hippopotamus. Oh, Ice Baby. I think we all did. Showing our whiteness.
No, we're showing our age.
Yeah, what you saying, Sonny?
Oh man,
Barrett's always been that old man.
Him and his Johnny Bravo hairdo, Vanilla Ice. I thought that's where Johnny Bravo got his hairdo from.
Did you say that we were holding that ridge? Is that what you said? I couldn't quite hear what you said. Oh, holding the ridge.
I'm not surprised.
Okay, yeah. Oh yeah.
White baby. Yeah, the last time I am white.
Hey,
I get sunburned easily, and
yeah.
And if anybody wants a laugh, look up Jim Carrey on In Living Color doing his Ice Baby impression.
You know what I didn't realize until somebody pointed out on X is that in Liar Liar, Jim Carrey does a cameo as Fire Marshal Bill in that movie.
In the way back, in that last scene that he shows up. Well, I can't say it's in the way back, but he's there. Yeah.
I never noticed it.
Why would you? Honestly, that's not where our eyes going. And how many times have you seen that movie where you're like, I'm gonna look at all the background stuff? You watch a Jim Carrey movie, you're watching Jim Carrey.
Yeah. but speaking of other movies, and maybe this will be another one to go see here in 2026. I know it's a 2025 earlier. But Here's our final story of the evening, ladies and gentlemen.
Don't be ignorant.
This comes from Joy Parr of Geek Tyrant, and it was posted 2 days ago. And it says, new trailer for Michael Jackson biopic chronicles rise from childhood star to king of pop.
Okay, so they're not going for color accurate Michael.
It depends on which
Would
era
that
of
be
Michael Jackson you're
ridiculous
talking
if
about.
would that be ridiculous if they started the movie out and the guy's in blackface and he goes into his normal tone? Would that? Oh my God!
I think it'd be funny
I'm not even gonna touch that.
Not blackface, but even like darker face, like some spray on tan. But we all know, we've seen Thriller. Michael was so dark.
My question is, are they going to show him having his nose fly off when he sneezes?
Oh, goodness.
The evidence
Baron.
Hey, you know,
Let's
that
not
did
stab
happen.
at
His
Michael.
nose has fallen off. His nose
Yeah, and his
has
hair
fallen
caught
off.
fire too. His haircuts is fire too. Are we gonna see
right.
Bubbles? Do we see Bubbles?
I don't know. I haven't watched the trailer. I'm sad that Jason's in here because he really wanted to see the trailer, but his mic was acting up.
We'll see if Eddie Murphy's in this.
All right, it says the King of Pop is stepping back into the spotlight. Lionsgate has dropped the first full trailer for Michael, a big screen biopic that takes on the towering legacy of Michael Jackson and traces his evolution from child prodigy to global icon. Beat it.
From
Grab
child
yourself
abuse
and
victim to global icon.
Where did that come from? Who said that?
Baron.
Where did that come from? I think someone needs to be talked to.
So I bet his dad's not in this.
Oh, I
think so.
I would think he would be if it starts off from his childhood.
Then this isn't fun. Then this is not a fun movie.
Well, unfortunately, there are parts of his life and the Jackson kids' life that weren't so glamorous.
Yeah,
it's been well documented.
Tito always held him back.
I'll wait until the trailer to just talk about my recollection of that One in Living Color skit.
Okay, let's go to a clip. No.
It goes on to say the preview promises spectacle, intimacy, and a look at the ambition that reshaped pop culture forever. Leading the film is Jafar Jackson, Michael's nephew, making his first major film appearance in the role of his famous uncle. From the early Jackson 5 performances to the electric solo years, the trailer leans hard into the music, the movement, and the pressure that followed Jackson at every stage of his life. That's also another reason why I'm going to have to pause this trailer like crazy because of the music.
So does it? Oh, you haven't got to it yet. Does it say who plays who in this article?
Hold on.
Well, I didn't know.
We've only found out.
I'll wait to ask then. I'll wait to ask.
We've only
found
out that Jafar Jackson is playing his uncle.
Okay. Well, I didn't want to ask if it was coming, so that's why I'll wait.
You know, if you quit filing your teeth and pay attention.
Sorry.
Don't be like Cash. You're being like Cash. Okay. This is a complete total Cash moment.
What's the point?
What's the? I know what you mean. It's coming in.
Directing the film is Antoine Fuqua.
Fuqua?
Fuqua.
It's Fuqua. It's Antoine Fuqua. It's Antoine Fuqua. That I do.
Fuqua?
Yeah.
Wow, listen to Mr. French Boy here.
Yeah, working from the script.
No, this guy. So
Working from a script by John Logan, Fuqua has been outspoken about what makes Jafar's performance special, saying, but most importantly, it's Jafar who embodies Michael. It goes beyond the physical resemblance. It's Michael's spirit that comes through in a magical way. You have to experience it to believe it. The cast surrounding Jafar includes Coleman Domingo as Joe Jackson, while Nia Long takes on the role of Katherine Jackson.
Oh, Nia Long. Wow, that's neat. Sorry.
Miles Teller appears as influential entertainment lawyer John Rankup, and Laura Harrier portrays music executive Susan DePassy. The film also features Kat Graham as Diana Ross.
Wow.
Lorenz Tate as Motown legend Barry Gordy. And it says Michael's siblings are brought to life by Jamal R. Henderson as Jermaine, Trey Horton as Marlon, Ryan Hill as Tito, Joseph David Jones as Jackie, and Jessica Sula as LaToya.
Interesting. No Janet or Priscilla.
The official
Not
synopsis.
Priscilla. It was.
Did they? I didn't see it in there. I didn't hear it.
Priscilla's the
Was it
mom.
up there?
Priscilla's the mom. It was what was the daughter's name?
Oh no! I mean, wasn't Michael Jackson married to Elvis Presley's daughter or something?
Yeah, the daughter, but that's not Priscilla. Priscilla was his wife.
Oh, then that's my fault.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
That's my fault.
Yes, it is.
That's what I was looking for. Presley.
You're thinking of Lisa. You're thinking of Lisa.
Thank you.
Lisa Marie. That's who I was looking to see who is cast as.
Mm-hmm.
So Rob Pacific, it's my little Lisa Marie. Oh.
Well, the king of rock, he's the king of pop. Thank you very much.
See,
The official.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say that's the thing that made me absolutely convinced that Elvis was passed away because, if Elvis was really out there working as a whatever out there, all of a sudden, Michael and Lisa Marie would be at some event, some guy coming out, this overweight guy wearing an overall and a construction helmet.
Onesie.
Beats Michael half to death and go, thank you very much, and then disappears again.
Sorry for this, Michael. Why's it gotta hurt? Why is it so mean?
Well, he was really married to her. Well, he was only married to her so he could try to get the music rights, just like he screwed
that's
McCartney.
That's a celebrity death match.
That would be one.
It says the official synopsis frames the project as a sweeping portrait of Jackson's life and ambition. Michael is a cinematic portrayal of the life and legacy of one of the most influential artists the world has ever known. It reads. It goes on to explain that the film tells the story of Michael Jackson's life beyond the music, tracing his journey from the discovery of his extraordinary talent as the lead of Jackson 5 to the visionary artist whose creative ambition fueled a relentless pursuit to become the biggest entertainer in the world. And there's always been a long-standing, speculation and rumor that he actually wrote some of the soundtrack for Sonic the Hedgehog 3, the game on Genesis, not the movie.
I wouldn't doubt that.
He was a big Sega fan, and Sega released Moonwalker, both in the arcade and on the Genesis.
He did a lot of stuff that people didn't know, and he never made a big deal about.
No, because to him it wasn't a big deal. It's just a passion, and he was fulfilling his passion project.
And that was kind of his little thing too. He didn't want to be credited for it for that reason. They made fun about it on the Simpsons when they had that episode where the guy thought he was Michael Jackson, and he was credited on there. And they go, unlike some people who don't want to be, but it's like, Yeah, you ignorant. No, you ignorant. No,
That's ignorant.
He didn't do South Park though.
No.
But the thing is he did. It's the name of the passion project that was in. So
It says highlighting both his life off stage and some of the most iconic performances from his early solo career. The film gives audiences a front row seat to Michael Jackson as never before. This is where his story begins. Produced with the backing of the Jackson estate, Michael is a Lionsgate and GK Films production, aiming to balance the scale of Jackson's fame with the personal cost of it. The movie is going to be a full cinematic event built around one of the most influential performers of all time. Michael opens exclusively in theaters on April 24th. And we are going to go and take a look at this trailer. Again, I want to preface this by saying I will have to pause this because not only is it a copyrighted movie trailer, but also the copyrighted music that's in it.
yeah, they're idiots.
So here we go. Also, I know I could use Cosme to show the trailer, but instead of having everybody jump over to Cosme, we're just going to show it here. But again,
I was just about to. I was waiting for you.
You're confident. You're strong. You're beautiful. You're the greatest.
he definitely looks like Michael there.
He's definitely doing the moonwalk good.
Mm-hmm.
Of all time.
Let me tell you something. In this life,
God, he looks like Joe.
Yeah. So far, I'm liking the casting.
you're either a winner or you're a loser. Y'all want to work in a steel mill like me for the rest of your days? Yeah, because I sure as hell don't. Y'all will.
Even the kid playing younger Michael looks like him.
Mm-hmm.
Want to fight for it?
Yes, sir.
I need to hear you a little louder. Y'all
Oh, that's not good.
are willing to fight for it?
Yes, sir.
Ready whenever you are, Michael.
Must be Barry Gordy.
Yep.
Do you know what I'm after?
Well, it's
Tower
got
Records.
and it's got some people that worked on Bohemian Rhapsody, and now that turned out well.
Mm-hmm.
You want to be the biggest star in the world?
Off the wall.
Oh God, looking at these old cars too.
Yeah.
Oh, it makes me miss the 80s.
We need to capitalize on Michael's success.
Made to learn not to jump in front of vehicles in the street.
Yeah,
You respect that.
If you did, you ended up in the hospital or worse.
Yeah.
Nothing happened to the
And we need
car.
to start selling. So I'm planning an international tour. This is just the beginning.
Jackson's going gold.
I need to think.
I told you what to think.
Oh,
Yep.
Yeah. Joe was a piece of shit.
I love
I want
my
to hear
family.
you speak.
I
I'll
just
stick
wanna
my
do my
hand up
thing.
your. Is that
All these
Diana?
ideas in my head. Just gotta get them out.
Ooh, what is that's whoa, that is beautiful cinematography
Yeah.
right there, man.
Ah, look how much clearance
do it,
is under
Michael.
those cars.
Not a little boy anymore.
Michael?
There,
I
there
know
he
you-
is. There's bubbles.
There he
There's
is.
bubbles.
There's
Yay.
Bubbles.
And isn't
I
this
just-
guy
I just
Go
want to have I just want a monkey. It's my
And-
best
and-
friend.
and when Bubbles went, he got stuffed. Then isn't this guy also singing the songs?
I don't know that for.
I'm just I can't remember if we heard about that or not.
You were different the moment you were born. You have a very special life. And Mother always told me.
Again, I'm pausing it because of the music.
Yeah.
Be careful who you love. I believe music can change the world.
Spread love. Weird Al Yankovic's Muse.
Joy and peace.
And Michael.
And there's the glove.
Too.
There's the glove.
Yeah.
Gotta have the glove.
That must have been the gut.
That is what I want the world to feel.
Thriller.
Okay, if he doesn't do the lean, better do the lean. He's the Moonwalker.
Magic.
This might be before Moonwalker. Didn't see too many shots of him much older.
No, but because this is, and it's younger.
It's only
career.
up to a certain point.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know what? This could be a monster for Hollywood. I mean, if it's any good. If it's any good.
If it's any good, but you know what? I want to check it out.
Yeah.
I'm a little mixed because I forget. I think there have been at least 2, at least in my recollection anyway. You got the VH1 behind the music, maybe E! True Hollywood Story, and I think they did something biopic-ish on network TV about the Jacksons.
I think they did.
Yeah,
if I recall correctly.
If I remember right, it wasn't that good, though, I thought.
That's the thing. This looks to be, if I'm judging it off the trailer alone, pretty well executed from the looks of it. Just like Bohemian Rhapsody, from all accounts. I did not watch it. My thinking on that is, what new things would I gain by watching either this, or if I were to say, I'll go kick the tires on Bohemian Rhapsody?
I can try to answer it at least for Bohemian Rhapsody.
Okay, sure.
Bohemian Rhapsody, when they're putting the group together, putting Freddie Mercury as Queen, and when they recreate certain events, and you hear how some of the songs were created, and they perform the songs, and Rami Malek's performance as Freddie Mercury, it just all came together beautifully.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I guess I could do something like that because I don't remember something to that nature. Maybe it might have been done earlier than the stuff I encountered regarding Michael Jackson. I think the reason why I'm rather mixed about this one is because I think there was a movie from a couple years ago called, I think it was a Michael Jackson concert movie called, I think it was This Is It or something.
Yeah, that was like 20 years ago. It was like 15 or 20 years ago, I think now. I remember when that came out. That was my only other reference on this, and it was concert footage. But I remember black people. I didn't hear from many white. I happened to be involved with a black woman at the time. I was pretty deep in. Everybody loved Michael Jackson.
Right.
And they all wanted to go see this movie. I think it was one of the top movies of the year at the time. And I wouldn't be surprised if this happens for Michael Jackson again. If this could be the biggest movie of the year. There's a possibility.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's kind of like what they did with the I don't know. I think for me, I guess it's just the way I'm disposed. A lot of things are phasic to me. because I remember the Elvis biopics on network TV.
Yeah.
Like, I don't feel like I needed another Elvis biopic. Then that's why I'm mixed. It's like this could have been done. Like I said something about earlier in the stream, the timing has been really bad. I don't know for how long now in terms of, oh, we finally get a Naked Gun follow-up with Liam Neeson. I didn't watch it, although I kicked the tires in my head. I wouldn't mind watching that, but it's like, oh, just now you're thinking about that, or just now you're gonna think about releasing another biopic on Michael Jackson.
Well, Michael Jackson is
I know
a name
Jay's
that
had
has been protected.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
And I know
Don't cut you
Jay's
off.
before he had to leave due to mic issues. I know he had some things he wanted to talk about this movie.
Because Michael Jackson is a little bit different than the average rock star.
Michael Jackson is still a name that you say his name, you know exactly who he is.
Right.
Just like
And
Elvis.
he did not give a lot of. There's only like 2 good interviews he ever gave, and it's not that he didn't give a good interview. He didn't give interviews. This guy, and I think the biopic of artists like this, like the Elton John and the Freddie Mercury, and depending on who they're involved with, because if the estate is not involved, I don't know how true it is. When the estate gets involved, then you get some real conversations, and they actually said and did this.
You get some truth, but you also have to wonder how much is the estate willing to let out, and how much are they still going to keep? That's with anybody.
And then you soak it up as a fan, because these are artists when this stuff did not get out. Not that it didn't get out. Reporters were not they did not have access like this. Reporters can get into recording studios now. Like, why did the Beatles release that anthology how many years later, and it was like, it's just all the same songs? It's like, well, if you like the Beatles, though, you'll like this. This is kind of pointed at a fandom, for sure.
Also with that Beatles anthology, Padawan, there were some cuts of the songs that weren't released in the official albums.
Oh yes, exactly. There was lots of new stuff that I liked it. I thought, as a Beatles fan, I was like, I will soak all of this up.
Yeah, well, like the differences between the English release and the American release of their first album. I mean, the placements were a little bit different. I think there was some song that wasn't added, it was taken out from the American release, and this and that. So there was differences between the two. And I don't know why they just didn't bring the other one over. It's like, why do you have to make this difficult, people? But they did. And
I bet the Michael Jackson estate held on to a lot of stuff. Yeah. And I bet a lot of people were nervous to even try and do a Michael Jackson biopic, because they might have came after. Like we're all saying, he's got a huge fandom, man.
Well, it also kind of goes, how's the tone of the film? Is it going to be something where you're going to try to get into like a hit piece type of thing or whatever? Are you just going to go and make a film about who the person was and the struggles? What flavor? This looks like it's basically straightforward. Okay, we're going to tell the story of Michael without any, politics of everything that was surrounding him,
without any fluff.
Right. And which is important because there's still stuff we don't know about things, and it's best not to go that way, which this film isn't about. It looks like this is about his early career and rise up, which is in by itself fascinating. And I think that's going to be the big difference between a lot of it. And It's going to be interesting to see how they do with Joel, because of Joel just being a two-right bastard to all.
Yeah, that's why. That's what when you made the point about that, it seems like we're seeing Michael's rise, and I was like, well, that is kind of a way they get away from the controversies. We won't have to necessarily see Joe, other than being the manager and father. You know, like we may not be at the Jackson household.
For the movie Padawannabe, it says that you're going to see his rise from Hollywood, childhood star to the king of pop.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm just like those super early years when he's like just starting to sing. Like, you guys are going to be a group.
Well, it is going to be an interesting. It's going to be an interesting case study or thought experiment, because, like I mentioned about those previous iterations through network TV, all the other stuff we know, or at least portrayed in the media, it'll be interesting because I'm sure a lot of that stuff may have been out of sight, out of mind for a lot of folks.
Mm-hmm.
And they may forgive all of whatever in the past and may want to present that to another generation. I don't know if it's an attempt to wipe the slate clean, but I'm at a point, like with my thing with Bruce Lee and whatever fandom I had, a lot of that has changed, but it doesn't affect what I value in Bruce Lee. So likewise with Michael Jackson, my fandom with his music is what it is. You know, would I consider him a role model for my niece and nephew? I'll couch it in various ways and how I state it, but I suppose that's going to be the interesting thing, because I don't know how much of that, all of the shenanigans portrayed wherever you got it over the years, how much of that is going to be burned still in the minds of many, or they just got over it and they said, let's celebrate the guy. So,
well, I mean, what it looks like, what they're going to be doing here with this movie is they're going to be celebrating his music and who he was behind the scene.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And there wasn't even anybody cast for Quincy Jones, was there? So this is like a pretty. Was there? Okay, because I don't remember seeing him in the trailer. And it's like
Barry Gordy. Well, yeah, he wasn't in there, but I think they got Quincy and, of course, obviously Barry Gordy.
Yeah, because I was thinking that these could be very select few years we see.
Any casting for Quincy in that article that we read from Geek Tyrant.
Because this could be.
No, let me look at IMDb and see what IMDb says.
Because wasn't he involved with was it Joan Crawford or somebody early on? I mean, there were several because I think he even dated Cher for a minute.
Nah, I don't think Cher.
No, not Cher.
But I think Daryl Hannah. I think she was.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
I think, and
he did go through a bachelor phase there for a little bit.
Well, yeah, and he and Brooke Shields, even though I think she said there was no hanky panky that happened between them. They
were fellow escorts. It was probably like somebody he could call that he felt comfortable. I got to go to this red carpet thing again. Can you come?
And vice versa. I think they were paramours for each other for this stuff. So.
And why wouldn't you want to be seen with that person as your plus one? You know what I mean? Back then, it was Hollywood still. It very much was who you were with.
For the cast listing for the movie, they do have an actor listed as Quincy Jones.
They do have somebody in there. I was going to say, he just wasn't so involved. I was like, he's got to be in there somewhere.
Well, and the thing is this is just dealing that with the rise and all that. This is before he really started going crazy with the plastic surgery and all the controversy that started happening up. So
it looked like they're obviously doing Off the Wall. Then was Thriller the name of the album? Or was that just the song, the big song off that? But that album and then maybe the next one after that. From the way he looked, yeah, they're not going too deep. Maybe his third or fourth, maybe.
Right.
Again, like it said in the article, it's going from his childhood to his early years.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, we're not going to be having those
in the rise. Yeah.
Right. But probably more access to the life because let's be honest, a lot of these TV movies, when they're done, they're crap. A lot of them are, they're fast made and sensationalist and all that. I mean, I've seen a few of these, and if it's going to be made for TV like that, it's like, no, I'm not interested. But when you have this segment on there, it's just okay. What we know of the entire history, we're just looking at a specific time, and which is a very interesting time because it is the rise of a hero. For many people, Michael is a hero. And what struggles he had to go through. I'm sure they're going to show the physical abuse that Joe did to all of them because he was known to just wail on them with his belt and such, and other items if they weren't doing it right. And of course, dominating and controlling, which hurt Michael's psyche, obviously. And to see that, so I think that we're going to get more into that a little bit more in a better portrayal of that than any other film of Michael Jackson that came out.
And they've been doing good with these movies so far, right? I mean, Elton John, Freddie Mercury, Elvis, and now Michael.
Right. I know from what people said that Austin Butler as Elvis was very good, but I haven't seen the Elton movie, and I've heard mixed reviews about that one. And
I also, And the thing is I remember one of the first telemovies that came out. That was the one with Kurt Russell about Elvis, right? So, which of course helped Kurt Russell break out of that mode of being a Disney child actor, but it wasn't that good. But it helped him, right? So, of course, what was it? We're going to kind of rush something out a little bit here because Elvis died, and people are still mourning his loss. So, we're going to have the king come out here.
That's right. Thank you very much.
And then what happens? He does a body swap with an impersonator, and ends up in a nursing home.
No, you know what he does before he does that body swap, Baron? He makes himself a peanut butter or banana sandwich.
Oh yeah.
After eating a fried bologna sandwich.
Yep. What he does, he goes and gets himself a Elvis impersonator, and Elvis impersonator takes over, and he's the one that died, and then Elvis ends up in a nursing home in Texas with a black guy who says he's JFK. Hey, if you haven't seen Bubba Hotep, you got to see Bubba Hotep. That's a great one.
I haven't seen it, Baron. That's
you need to see it, man. You need to see it. Bruce Campbell.
If I had seen it, I'd be able to say, "Oh yeah, I know what movie that is," but I haven't seen it. That's why I'm going.
Someone's saying good night to us, and I gotta say good night. Good night.
Good night, y'all.
Leon, thank you for joining us on the panel. Really appreciate it. I hope you have a good night.
You're welcome. I'll see y'all later.
Yes.
All right.
Take care. Sweet
Night.
dreams.
Thank you.
Sleep well.
Bye.
Don't let the bed bugs bite. Even though some of them are my personal friends. Got some of them named.
You're friends with a lot, aren't you?
I try to be a friendly guy, honestly. I'm just not friendly to cash.
Sometimes too friendly, probably.
Especially the ladies. I'm really friendly. Hey,
but
want to play
any final words on this or any of the other topics that we talked about tonight before we do wrap it up? I know we've gone a little longer than usual, but
yep. Yeah.
I just figured with members being on, I want to give everybody enough time to say their piece.
I think on this one, I think we're looking at one of the big hits of the year. Honestly,
Yeah.
People are wanting good films, good look good, and it looks like the acting, and music, and all that. I think if they did a good job, this is going to be one of the big films of this year.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I
Word of
think
mouth.
I think I'll kick the tires on the Michael film. Just try to be. I know what I call it. I don't know if I'm going to be realistic or just be properly appraised of what I'm going to watch it for. Because I like a good musical experience. So if they're going to replay the classics, cool. I'll be there for that. I did
I
get
say you watch it and see how it makes you feel. Well, I'm just saying, to me,
No,
when I watch
I know what you
musical
mean.
movies, I can get moved by them. So it just depends on,
Yeah.
does the movie move you, or are you like, do you leave it and go, I wish I would have seen more of this? Like,
Well,
how's it going to make you feel when you leave that theater? Try not to go into it hoping to see certain things necessarily. I mean, I know you're not exactly doing that, but with that idea, like, let's see how I feel after. Like, does it change? Is it going to change the way I see him? Maybe.
Well, I think the big thing is especially for people, like I think all of us that grew up in this era, and of me being older, really seeing the rise of the Jackson 5 and such like that. Is it going to hit you where you get that nostalgia and you kind of feel like you've been sucked back into time, along with the music and everything else, and the spectacle and the acting? So I see exactly where you're going with Padawan. It's going to be more than just the music, though. If it's really going to hit hard, it's going to have to grab, grab people like me where we are lost in time, or sucked back in time.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. I don't know. I got a ping from YouTube that Savannah Guthrie just released a video statement about. It was like within the last few hours during the stream. So whoever's interested, that video was released by Fox News if you want to check it out. But I don't know what has been said. I just saw the notification.
I am looking into it right now.
Because Mike's a pro.
Okay, so I am getting it from NBC. It was posted just about an hour ago is when they posted. I'm trying to get one that's not associated, a link that's not associated with MSN, because anytime I've tried to share that link, YouTube has gotten mad about it for some reason.
Oh, yeah.
Come on, just here. I'm going to NBC to fight myself. But give me a second, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah. No, you got to do that.
Really? NBC, all I want is the freaking news. That's all I want.
You go to NBC for news?
I go to NBC.com.
What are you doing?
You know what? I'll just take a chance. That other link.
Let's see. Breaking headline news. Let's take a look here. Trump. What's this here? Okay, they're just saying about making a plea.
Yeah,
so that's the only thing I see. They're going out.
They're going out. Okay, let's see. Was this updated? Okay, this is today. All right. Get rid of all these stupid pop-ups and all that other BS. Yeah, I'm just going to bring this up just as a follow-up to one of tonight's main stories, and
Mhm.
As soon
Yeah, the
as
only thing I found was just the fact that they're making the plea.
Yeah, well, I'm still going to talk about that real quick
Oh,
before we
yeah,
go.
yeah. That was the only thing I found, so.
Yeah, I got it from USA Today.
Okay.
It's wherever I can find it. And as long as I don't have to use a paywall to actually read the article. So let me just get it shared here to Rumble. And it says today's show host Savannah Guthrie is issuing an emotional plea as the search for her 84-year-old mom goes into its fourth day. TMZ and CBS affiliate KOLD News have confirmed that their newsrooms received Nancy Guthrie ransom notes, which are currently unverified as the FBI works with local Arizona law enforcement on the search. In a video posted to Instagram this evening, the evening of Wednesday, February 4th, well, this evening,
Yep.
Savannah Guthrie and her siblings addressed those reports. Sitting between her sister Annie Guthrie and brother Cameron Guthrie, Savannah Guthrie said, "We too have heard the reports about a ransom letter in the media." As she continued, she appeared to speak directly to a possible kidnapper, telling them, "We need to know without a doubt that she's alive and that you have her." The trio also shared messages of love for their 84-year-old mom. "We will not rest. Your children will not rest until we are together again," Savannah Guthrie vowed. "We don't know where Nancy Guthrie is," Pima County Sheriff Chris Nanos said in a press release conference on Tuesday, and also reiterates on the mission in an interview the following day. "We want to find Nancy first and foremost, and we want to find her alive." Investigators believe Nancy Guthrie, who has limited mobility, was taken from her home outside of Tucson, Arizona, after receiving a 911 call reporting she was missing on Sunday, February 1st. So, and this is the message. I'm going to go ahead and play it.
On behalf of our family, we want to thank all of you for the prayers for our beloved mom, Nancy. We feel them, and we continue to believe that she feels them too. Our mom is a kind, faithful, loyal, fiercely loving woman of goodness and light. She is funny, spunky, and clever. She has grandchildren that adore her and crowd around her and cover her with kisses. She loves fun and adventure. She is a devoted friend. She is full of kindness and knowledge. Talk to her and you'll see.
The light is missing from our lives. Nancy is our mother. We are her children. She is our beacon. She holds fast to joy in all of life's circumstances. She chooses joy day after day. Despite having already passed through great trials of pain and grief, we are always going to be merely human, just normal human people who need our mom. Mama, if you're listening, we need you to come home. We miss you.
Our mom is our heart and our home. She is 84 years old. Her health, her heart is fragile. She lives in constant pain. She is without any medicine. She needs it to survive. She needs it not to suffer. We too have heard the reports about a ransom letter in the media. as a family, we are doing everything that we can. We are ready to talk. However, we live in a world where voices and images are easily manipulated. We need to know, without a doubt, that she is alive and that you have her. We want to hear from you, and we are ready to listen. Please reach out to us. Mommy, if you are hearing this, you are a strong woman. You are God's precious daughter, Nancy. We believe and know that even in this valley, He is with you. Everyone is looking for you, Mommy, everywhere. We will not rest. Your children will not rest until we are together again. We speak to you every moment, and we pray without ceasing, and we rejoice in advance for the day that we hold you in our arms again. We love you, Mom.
Love you, Mom.
We love you, Mom. Stay strong.
We love you, Mom. We love
Ah, that's just hard.
You feel for them, don't you?
Yeah.
And I don't care, what her job is, what her weekly job is, daily job is. I don't care how much money she has.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody should be going through wondering if their parents alive or dead. Nobody should be wondering, where is my parent? Having no communication with them. Whoever has her needs to bring her home.
Mm-hmm.
She needs to be found. So that these three can have peace. Lady Miss says it's got to be hard on her family.
Mm-hmm.
The not knowing makes it even harder. Yeah.
Well, look on the from the lady from the Today Show. You can see she hasn't had much rest.
No.
And understandably so. Understandably so. I mean, they're going through hell. And here you have a elderly woman who, I really sympathize with in the areas of the fact the back pain and stuff like that, and the low mobility. But 84 years old. I mean, this is how you're going to treat an elder, not elderly, elder, to like this. I mean, of all the things, honestly, of all the things, this is absolutely disgusting. And, what I want to call this guy, I don't know if I'm not going to say it because I'll probably blow this channel apart.
Piece of shit.
Oh, I was going to use stronger words.
I know, but I'm just saying piece of shit. Piece of shit. Piece of fucking shit.
Okay, yeah. And a coward.
Yep.
I know I said that before. A coward. A freaking coward. The guy are people,
Yeah.
whoever, all that was involved in this is just a bunch of cowardly little pissants.
Yep.
And yeah, I wish severe ill will towards him. I'm not going to give him the fleas infesting the buttocks area. I'm going for the fact that I get thrown into a chamber with the beetles that eat you. Attitude. I mean, I think that'd be a poetic way, especially if this poor lady is now no longer with us. I mean, it's 4 days without her medicine. I mean, I'm sure she even has more than just medicine for the heart. I'm sure she's got for the pain and all that. So, and the stress is not going to be good for her heart.
Not at 84 years old.
Right. I'm hoping to God she has not passed yet. And yeah, but when they say about the condition they found the home in, it's like,
yeah,
it makes you really wonder.
Yep.
Bastards. Like I said, I'm going to hold off there because, yeah, I'd probably blow about 5 channels off that's not even associated with us if I.
But I sincerely hope that her family can find peace, that they get that peace.
Agreed.
What do you say to the grandkids? And I can't remember. Did they say she had great grandkids? I mean,
grandkids is what I heard. I didn't hear great grandkids, but
yeah.
Well, depending on the age of the grandkids, what do you tell them? Like you're saying,
right.
Sure.
Exactly.
Where's Nima, or whatever their nickname is for their grandmother?
Yeah. Where are you? Where is she? What happened? You gotta explain. This is vile.
It's deplorable.
I won't even say what I would do if I had a chance. And this isn't just for her. I'm talking about anyone who does this crap.
I've got an idea.
There are dark places in my mind that even I'm afraid to go to, but they're sitting back, creaking the door open, going, "Hey, I got a couple ideas for you."
Yeah.
No, life's not fair, right? We know that. Life is not fair, but
no.
This is
to treat an elderly woman the way she's obviously been treated. If they've already found evidence of forced entry, they found blood.
Right.
No one should be treated like that.
Yeah.
You've got to be some sort of animal to treat another person like that.
Yeah. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Well, my prayers are...
soulless demon. We just soulless demon.
But my prayers go out to the Guthrie family, and to any family that's going through anything similar to this.
Right. I mean, Leon, she had her problem, and thankfully that came out well.
Yeah.
And we're coming off of that now with this, and it's like, this is ridiculous. We are coming to a head. I think the fatigue of the average person, the average citizen, the person who has their 9 to 5s or trying to get through life or whatever, and every turn they're making, there's threats of violence, there's violence, they're watching their neighborhoods get destroyed, they're being personally called names because they have a different political view or whatever, and people are wishing violence on them because of that. This is absolutely fucking ridiculous. And yeah. May they have done upon them what they have done to others. Yep. That's what I gotta say. There's my blessing for them. May they have done to them what they have done to others.
And I know this is a sucky way to end the show, but this is reality, folks.
Mm-hmm. Well, the only thing I gotta say is, please, if you're faithful, say prayers. If you are not, aren't a religious person, don't believe in God, whatever, thoughts work just as good. Because there's only so much we can do. And, we can't get involved in it.
It's in the hands of the authorities right now.
But we can send those out, and hopefully, they can be felt. And I do believe it. I do believe it. They've done studies. It does help. And I just want people to take at least a time, not just for her, but all those children, women, men, elderly, whoever are in situations like that, because we know we got them all over the place.
That we do. But if you all have any other final words, speak now or forever hold your peace.
I don't want another hour or two. I could go on. I could go on, but I don't know the hour or two. But the other night, the long summary goes, I thought you said these shows were going to go shorter.
I am trying, but with the topics for tonight, I want to give them enough time so we can get through the topics. And like I said earlier, for anyone who has anything to say on the panel, to give you all enough time to say your piece.
Right, exactly. But I'll let you talk to Sandy, though.
I promise you Sunday's show won't go as long.
I know, because it's
not a members.
About a dream given a port of call, away from home for.
But does anybody have anything they would like to promote at this time?
No.
Okay.
No,
I'm good.
No, I do not. Not right now.
All right.
What games you got coming up this week? Pacific?
I'm going to be playing Arc Raiders tomorrow.
Oh.
I'm still starting out on that game, so I don't know how it's going to go, but
Who you got?
You playing with Steven or who are you playing with?
I asked him if he wanted to join, and he let me know, so he might be joining at some point, and it could just be me on solo missions and meeting other raiders, which is fine too, and that's all part of it.
Open lobby, baby.
Yep.
Where are the dwarves?
I'm waiting for you. Keeping the cars warm.
But that'll be coming up tomorrow on YouTube and Rumble. And for those of you over on Rumble, at 6 p.m. Eastern time on Friday, I will be doing a Rumble only stream. It's not tied down to any paywall or anything. Anybody over here can watch. Yay. I'm going to make sure I put the link to that stream into the post section. So
I wasn't sure if you were doing a test run on that day or not. I was like, well, I don't think he doesn't want people to see it.
Just know that when I post the link to Rumble in the post section here on YouTube on a day I'm not streaming here on YouTube, just know that I'm putting that link in there. So if anybody who's over on this side and they're not over on the Rumble side, can come over to the Rumble side and watch the stream if they wish.
Oh, okay. That's how you're doing it.
Yeah.
He's sneaking
because I'm part of Rumble's program, I have to stream a certain number of hours in Rumble Studio. So
gotcha.
I've chosen Fridays to be one of the days that I stream exclusively over there. But like I said, this Friday stream is not behind, a premium membership type of deal. I do have to do 5 hours of premium each month as long as I'm still in the program. But I also don't want to deprive anybody of a stream. So that's why I'm making sure that I post it in my usual places too. Saying, hey, I'm doing a stream on Rumble, come by. Because I'm hoping it still happens. But this Friday, besides the games I'll be playing, I'm going to try to get some more Ninja Gaiden Ragebound in. I'm going to try to get some Marvel Rivals in. But Cash and I, at least at this particular point in time, if something changes, I'll let you all know. But at this particular point in time, we want to finish Evil West in the 2-player mode.
You got a bunch of stuff going, but just a suggestion. One of these days when there is that paywall, you may want to throw that F1 game in there, because I'd pay to see you crash all day long, buddy.
You see him do it here.
Speaking of which, I was thinking of one day of, just doing a Rumble stream and members YouTube stream, or however I finally decide to work it out of playing that F1 game, because I do have it downloaded.
You're getting serious. All right.
Yeah.
Well, I got the FU game. Does that count?
That's a different administration.
You always have that game,
administration.
Baron.
Yeah.
It's the Formula Unit League. That's totally different.
You always have that game. You're always like, F you. You're cool. He's out.
Yeah. I stand there in front of at the doors of Walmart doing that.
Yeah.
I'll mention something about that F1 thing after the stream for you.
But I do want to let you all know that this Sunday we will have our first watch party of the month, and also next Wednesday we'll have our second and last watch party of the month. But the first one for this Sunday, we're going to be watching Babylon 5, The Road Home. And what I'm going to do for that stream, Baron, is I'm going to put the links to the streams that we did on your channel when we reviewed seasons 1 through 5 of Babylon 5 over on your channel.
So is The Road Home like a movie done after the series or something?
Yeah. It's an animated film.
Yeah,
it's a very good animated film.
I will have to check that out.
Yeah.
Do I have to know what the series is? I mean, I know what the series is. Do I have to have watched the series?
You have to at least be familiar enough with the characters to know where they were at a certain point in the series.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. But that's the first one? That's the first watch party?
Yeah, that's going to be the first watch party this Sunday at 6 p.m. Eastern. A Super Bowl alternative, if you will. Because not everybody's into the Super Bowl.
Puppy
I
Bowl!
I don't even know who's playing in the Super Bowl this year. That's
I don't know
how much I paid attention.
Yeah.
I haven't watched football this whole year. I haven't heard anything about Taylor Swift.
Yeah, because Chiefs were eliminated from the playoffs, so that's a good thing for all of us.
Yay!
Excuse me. But Sunday, Babylon 5, The Road Home at 6 p.m. Eastern. Then next Wednesday I said 5, I meant 6 p.m. Eastern. But Wednesday at 6 p.m. Eastern, we're going to be watching Nuremberg. Now, I'm sure, and I'm hoping some of you have already seen the thumbnail, that due to the subject matter and some graphic images shown in the movie, I am strongly advising viewer discretion.
No, yeah.
Okay. I'm an idiot. Is Nuremberg, was it a battle? Is it a bomb?
This happened after the end of World War II. It was the trial of basically Hitler's next in line and his closest.
Okay.
I don't want to say too much.
Yeah, because I know the term, I know the play, but yeah, I was like, I'm not familiar with what they're referencing though.
Yeah.
So I'll have to watch that.
It's not a feel-good
I don't know if you've
film.
ever heard. No, it's not a feel-good film. It's based on the Nuremberg trials, where people who were part of the Yahtzee party were put on trial for the atrocities they committed at Auschwitz and other concentration camps. And Hermann Goering was one of their prime suspects. I'll put it that way.
A few good men, but not a few good men. You can't handle the truth.
Oh, this is a very serious movie.
Yeah,
and that's
yeah.
why I ask when we watch Nuremberg. Take it seriously.
Is it more of a documentary, or is it like a retelling of events, or is
It's basically going into the trial itself, how it came about, how it was put together, and then goes through the trial.
so it's not going to be like the OJ trial where we're just watching raw footage?
No.
Okay.
It stars Russell Crowe.
Yeah, it's got Russell Crowe and Rami Malek. They do have actual video footage from the actual Nuremberg trial thrown in, just like there's a scene which prompted me to put, due to the graphic imagery and the subject matter, your discretion is advised. Because if you ever remember back in high school, especially when you're being taught about the Holocaust, some of the films that they showed from when our troops and the Russian troops got to the concentration camps and the conditions they saw when they got there, you're going to actually see actual historical video in a certain scene in the movie. And they don't hide away from it. And I don't think they should.
Right. If anyone's seen Downfall, think about the same way.
But that is what's coming up on the channel. And I appreciate everybody being here. Of course, I'll go through the names. Of course, Helion, thank you for jumping on the panel. Lester, Padawan, thank you for jumping on the panel.
Yo.
Lady Miss, thank you for being here. Bill, thank you for being here. Penny, thank you for being here. Appreciate it. And I can't wait till Pops releases the video that he and I recorded before Pop Talk today. And
oh, goodness.
Oh, that's right. You did do that.
Yes.
I hope it went well.
Oh, yeah. I think it went really well. I think Pops thought it went real well, too.
And my other one with him came out, too. So
both, nice.
Blowout. Well, yeah, actually, it's been out. So, yeah, Blowout and what was the other? Dress to Kill with Michael.
Nice. Nice. Very nice. Oh, yes. I'm
DJ
Michael
talking
Caine.
about the show. He's
no, this was earlier
I know.
when we were talking about Samantha.
I know.
Savannah. I keep wanting to call her Samantha, and when it's Savannah Guthrie. When we were talking about her mother earlier in the show before this latest update. And of course, Maria.
Anchorman enunciations before rubber baby buggy bumpers. Rubber baby buggy bumpers.
But Maria, thank you for stopping by. It was good to see you. It's been a long while. We got to get you back on. Tim, thank you for stopping by. Tree Nug, thank you for stopping by. I really appreciate it. Tommy, appreciate you stopping by, brother, and I'm glad you're on the road to recovery. Take your time, though. Don't rush back.
And get your guinea pigs from attacking me here. Send them back.
And also, I know Jet Sparks was here. Phil was here. Let me see who else popped in. We had a bot pop in on the horizontal feed, but
okay.
A bot.
It's the same thing that the bots have been saying the last few weeks on the vertical feeds. I said hello. Hello. I said hello. It's like, yeah, you're a bot. I'm not going to acknowledge it.
It tries to get attention. It's one of those.
Yeah.
You ignore me. It doesn't go that far, but yeah.
Yeah, but Jet Sparks was here, and I'm just looking through real quick, making sure I didn't miss anybody. And did I get everybody? It looks like I got everybody over on the YouTube side. I didn't see anybody popping on the Rumble side, but if you were over there, thank you for stopping by, listening, and lurking. And until next time, everybody, remember two things. Don't ever give up on me in a game, because just when you do, you might miss something. And I'm not just a baseball guy. I'm an all-around guy. long episode. Just wanted to make sure everybody was able to say their piece, especially with the stories that we were talking about tonight.
Who's keeping track?
Me, my wife.
Yeah, well, I was going to say, Baron's wife said, I thought Mike wanted to keep them short.
She's tapping the watch in the door jam right now.
But everybody, thank you. Good night. And I hope to see you tomorrow.
Bye-bye.
Autobots, transform and roll out.